What's up, friends? Welcome to another fight night. It's your boy fdot, and of course, Jamerson. How you doing, bud?
Doing well. Really excited. Just got done casting Apex. Now I'm here for Valorant, so it's gonna be a good day.
Are there akimbo guns in Apex?
Not yet. Hopefully in the future. Everyone keeps talking about it.
Well,
we want them.
You gave us the double pistols.
Yeah.
And
we don't even have dualies, but we don't have.
Neither
Yeah. One day we'll get dualies, hopefully. I love dualies in 1.6. They were so much fun, especially like if you had fire on scroll wheel up and down.
The worst of the worst, Jamerson representing everybody out there that's ever lost a game or two. Tonight, we've got two best of threes on the way, as per usual, for fight night. CP3 and his squad, Big Frames, are lying in wait, and we're going to have SpotUp versus tNt coming at you. That said, we're having some things go on. The players are getting themselves ready, so we're going to delay the games just a little bit. Go grab a snack, grab a drink, grab some dualies, I guess, if you're Jamerson, and we'll be right back with the actual games. Stay tuned for fight night. We'll be back after this.
Sidearms provide players with the most weapon diversity in Valorant. With the weapon for all occasions, players will want to familiarize themselves with all of the choices. Today we'll be taking a look at the Shorty and the Frenzy. We'll tell you how they match up to each other, how to use them, and even when to buy them. With completely different firing methods, bullet spreads, magazine sizes, and damage output, both the Shorty and the Frenzy are in a class of their own when looking at available sidearms. The Shorty is a semi-automatic sawed-off shotgun with a large and unpredictable bullet spread, even when compared to its big brothers, the Bucky and Judge. The Frenzy, however, is a fully automatic machine pistol that follows similar patterns to SMGs and rifles, with its recoil climbing before leveling out, but this little guy works best in short 3 to 4 round bursts. Spraying an entire clip from the Frenzy may look cool, but you probably won't be rewarded for it. Like all of the other sidearms, neither of these weapons offer any kind of ADS or alternate firing method. What you see is what you get. Both weapons have varied magazine sizes. The Shorty has the smallest bullet count in the game with 12, with only 2 shells available at a time. The Frenzy is a bit more forgiving in the magazine department, having 13 in each clip for a total of 52. When comparing their rates of fire, the Shorty is one of the slower firing weapons in the game, having a fire rate of 3.3 shells per second. It's important to note that the Shorty produces 15 pellets when fired. Naturally, as the Frenzy is fully automatic, it's going to boast a significantly higher fire rate at 10 rounds per second, a pinch faster than rifles, but still lagging behind SMGs. These weapons also have wildly different damage outputs and effective ranges as well. The Shorty works best within 10 meters, and each pellet will deal 36 damage to the head, 12 to the body, and 10 to the legs. This little shotgun packs quite the punch and can one-shot anyone who gets too close. While its close-range power isn't as potent as the Shorty, the Frenzy can be used a bit further away with an effective range of 20 meters. Dealing 78 damage to the head, this machine pistol can easily two-shot even a fully armored opponent. Unfortunately, with its 26 body and 22 leg damage, it's going to take at least a half a dozen shots to drop enemies with full armor. Be careful when trying to use these weapons out of their effective ranges, especially the Shorty. You'll notice very quickly how hard its damage drops off, not simply because each pellet does less damage, but because of how sporadic the spread becomes. Stick to close quarters. The Frenzy is a tad more forgiving in the ranges it can operate in. Its damage drop off beyond its golden zone of 20 meters isn't as harsh and can still secure kills, although it will require a bit more control when firing at these ranges. By now, we know these guns inside and out. But when should we expect to see them? The Shorty and Frenzy will run you 200 and 400 credits respectively, so there's no high economic commitment to pick them up. This makes them very valuable in both pistol and eco rounds. If your team is looking to play aggressive while spending as little money as possible, pick yourselves up either one of these sidearms. Once you get close enough, the Shorty will instantly kill even the most geared threats. And while the Frenzy doesn't have the precision of the Sheriff, Classic, or Ghost, it does have a much higher rate of fire, which will let you pump out as much damage as you can in the shortest amount of time. While your standard pistols are the more common choices for eco and pistol rounds, players should not make the mistake of overlooking these two weapons. Players who want to have the most success will need to familiarize themselves with all of the sidearms in Valorant. Whether you're looking for the one-shot kill power from the Shorty, or you're looking to spray your enemies down with a hail of bullets, there's a little something for everyone with these two guns. They may be small, but they're definitely mighty.
Today we'll be going over the defender side of Ascent by showing you the routes to the two sites, the basic callouts, the common spike plant locations, and the agents best suited for defending them. Let's get it. A site has way more open space than B site, which allows you to play from further angles. Defenders will want to be familiar with the entryways into A site that attackers will surely fight for. These spots are A lobby, A main, mid cubby, and A link. Now let's take a deeper look into the A site. Starting out of defender side spawn, you'll be given 3 options. 1, you can head left towards A site. 2, go straight towards mid. Or 3, move to the right, which will take you to B site. Since we're starting with A site, let's head left. You'll immediately be given 2 paths that will lead you into A site, A stairs, and A garden. Heading up A stairs will lead you both to A rafters and A window.
Defending from A window gives you a higher angle on attackers that may push through A link and A garden. Take notice out of the window here. It's breakable and will always absorb the first shot. Going back to A rafters will give you a higher angle of A site. Dropping down into A site, there are many boxes and angles you can use to defend. Some notable spots are the Radianite boxes in A site, underneath A rafters, or also known as Hell, and behind the generator to the right. Pushing forward and out of A site will take you into A line and A main. Take note of Ultimate Orb here, as this will be a contested area of the map. You will want to have a defender holding this location. If you go just past the Ultimate Orb, you'll look into A lobby with its deli and gelato shops. Be careful when peeking here, because the attacker spawn is just out and to the right. If this area is clear, you can flank into mid or attacker side spawn. Now let's turn around and go back into the A site and head left. You'll notice a doorway with a panel on the left-hand side. You can interact with this switch that will allow you to open or close the door. The door can be broken by shooting it, and heading through this doorway will take you into A link. To your right will be A garden and A window. Continuing through A link will connect you to mid cubby. Be careful of this angle. Attackers will be right on the other side of the two walls. Another note, the panels can be broken in order to penetrate the walls. Having a player defending this area is crucial to keeping attackers from breaking into mid and possibly breaking through to A site. When retaking the A site, you want to look out for the spike to be planted in front of the Radianite boxes and near the generator. Attackers will look to play outside in A main, up top on A rafters, and below in Hell, so check these common spots when attempting to retake the site. When selecting agents for A site, Cypher's a no-brainer. His abilities can perform so well on Ascent, he can even be played at B. Cypher can position his camera to gain intel, while his trapwires and cyber cage are a pain for attackers trying to push in. Omen's also a solid choice at A site because of its Shroud Step and Dark Cover. Omen can use Shrouded Step to change positions, making attackers second guess where he might be defending from. Dark Cover allows him to hold defenders back by smoking off the entryways. Now that we got A site down, let's take a look at playing mid. Mid is definitely an area you want an agent to be holding. Due to Ascent being a smaller map, it means that players are going to be immediately fighting. Attackers want to breach from mid-top and mid-link. Once attackers have control, they can move into mid-courtyard and mid-catwalk, looking to flank A or B site. Defenders will need to be highly aware of these areas when playing mid. To get to mid from defender side spawn, just go straight. The area is narrow, which makes it great for close range weapons. As soon as you round the corner, you'll have three options. You can tuck into the left cubby, known as mid pizza, go straight into mid bottom, or head right into mid market. If you head into mid market, this will connect you to B site. Before we head into B site, let's turn around and cover the rest of mid. Moving into mid bottom will give you a little more room to move around, but you need to be careful as attackers will be pushing into the mid courtyard. On the left side, you'll see mid catwalk, and then mid top. Attackers will spawn near mid top, so you'll want to be very cautious when peeking here. If you look to your right, you'll see mid link, which is also another area where attackers spawn, so tread lightly. Note, these walls can be shot through as soon as you break the barriers. If you continue through mid link, it will lead to B lobby or attacker side spawn. Mid can be difficult to hold because of how close the attackers spawn. Playing back into mid bottom or mid market is safer, but the angles get harder to hold. Agents that can hold mid well are Sova, Breach, and Brimstone. It's a favorable pick because of its Owl Drone and Recon Bot. These abilities allow him to safely gather crucial information at mid. His ultimate, Hunter's Fury, can also help shut down tight areas anywhere on the map. Breach is another solid choice if you choose to play a little more passively. Breach can peek with the help of his flashpoint, and he can also use its fault line and rolling thunder to fight back attackers trying to push into mid. Brimstone's Sky Smokes can cut off important areas like mid top and mid link, making him a worthy pick for mid as well. Orbital Strike, his ultimate, can also be used globally to help cut off attackers pushing into objective areas. That's a wrap on mid. Let's move to B. B site is split into two areas, an upper and a lower side. The upper contains a tool shack and the lower, the bomb site. This whole area can be difficult to hold due to it not having a lot of cover. Defenders will need to be familiar with a few spots: B main, B back, mid market, and of course, B site itself. To get to B site from defender side spawn, you got two options: straight to mid market, which you already know, or heading right from spawn. This will take you directly to the upper side of B site. Straight across, you'll see the entrance to B main. To the left is mid market, and to the right, tool shack. Inside the tool shack is another interactable switch for the door to mid market. Hitting the switch closes the door. You'll want to use this if mid has been breached. Just like the other door at A site, you can destroy it by shooting it. To the left and right of the tool shack are two entries into B site. The right side has stairs that you'll have to go down, while the left side has a higher catwalk that overlooks B site. Dropping down into the site, you'll see that there's not a lot of cover, except to your left at B back. Heading back up towards the tool shack, we'll head into B main. Inside of B main is another tight corridor, but this one holds the other ultimate orb. B main will be a highly contested area of the map because of the orb, as well as attackers being close to here at the start of the round. Take note of the windows just above the orb, as these can be utilized with certain abilities. If you head out to your left, you'll head into B lobby. Be careful when heading out because attacker side spawn is just down the block. The last spot you'll see is mid link, which you can use to rotate to mid. Retaking B might be challenging because of the narrow ways into the site. You'll want to check for players holding across from B main near defender side spawn, close around mid-market doorway, B back, and around B site. Common spike plants on B site are pretty obvious since there's not much cover. Look for the spike to be planted around the middle radionite boxes or potentially in the corners. B site can be easily taken by attackers if you fail to hold B main and mid. Some agents that are great for holding B site are Sage and Raze. Sage is almost a perfect character to hold B main, though she could really be used at A side as well. She can use Barrier Orb to block off choke points and Slow Orbs to stall attackers pushing.
Back, here we are. It's the show. Fight Night, hosted by your boys, GiantSlayer and Juked, and it's fdot Jamerson in front of them. So how's it going? We're back one more time and our players are ready.
Yeah, I have my finger pistols properly holstered and I am ready to get the casting underway.
I'm excited. We have our maps as well, which is always good to see. The first map of the night is going to be Haven, and tNt chose that, it looks like. And SpotUp will be on defense. And then later on, we'll go to Ascent with tNt on defense. And then if we need a round 3, we'll go to Bind, where Spot has chosen that, meaning tNt will be blue-sided.
Yeah. This is the second game that I'm doing patch day casting for. So really excited. We have big changes here. 1.02, right? That's the patch number.
I believe so.
Yeah. So really excited. All these maps, of course, also received some changes. Haven has, a lot of changes. I think the most above all the maps so far. I think there's like 5 or 6 spots that have been changed just a little bit so that it's a little bit easier to clear out when you're pushing in. So really excited to see these changes coming in. We also have some agent buffs as well. I don't know if Viper will see any play, but
I would love
there's a chance.
Yeah, so Viper saw some changes here because Viper was a character that I feel like she's strong and she was good at what she did, but maybe a little too slow. I mean, why? Viper just always felt like the other characters did what she did slightly better.
Yeah, I think the change to her wall could make her a lot more useful now, because now you don't have to have some like sky lineups and stuff to get the proper wall off here. So her use is going to be a lot better. Her smokes are now a bit more in line with everyone else. Her smoke going up to 6-second duration, but the I forget exactly what they call it, the weakness or the debuff that she applies now. The fragile debuff, that could be a huge one.
Right, and so fragile will be... How does fragile work exactly?
Double damage if you're fragile.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's so you take double damage.
Straight up double damage. And you apply fragile with those smokes and the wall, I believe, right? Or just snake bite. No, it's just snake bite.
Yeah,
snake bite. Yeah, that's gonna be the fragile debuff. So I mean, all of a sudden, you have turned her into a very valid offensive utility character, right? When we look at most video game utility characters are defensive utility. We look at Sage, even Brimstone with Breach with Stimpack, right? Those are both defensive kind of sides for your teammates, but double damage, that's a big burst. So all of a sudden, Marshals look real cute if somebody's been pinged by Snakebite or whatnot.
It's not even just the Marshals, though. The SMGs now have a very big place in a lot of this if you can play it well. Imagine SMG along with the Stim and the Fragile debuff. Like, that's a lot of damage really quick coming at you.
I think we're going to jump into game right here. Yep, Haven with our 3 sights should be the look. Very excited to see this one. tNt and SpotUp again, both kind of new players breaking down our format. We've got one team waiting in the wings already. CP3, if you've been to our show before, he's made a name for himself, and he looks damn good playing this game. Him and his squad looks just as strong. They won last week, and they've won before that as well. Now they're sitting here waiting for the winner of this best of 3. So I bet we've seen none of these players. They're new to the Fight Night stage, which is always exciting.
Yeah, really excited to see exactly what these players have in store for us. Taking a look at the compositions, fairly standard coming out from SpotUp. They do have the Raze for themselves, so it's going to be Raze Duelist up against Double Duelist on the other side. We've got the Reyna and Raze for tNt.
Reyna's, the Razes rather. Reyna, I think, has become kind of more standard, but the Raze, certainly an interesting look. Kenny K is going to be piloting it and storming up the front here. The boom bot will open up as players start to aggress towards A. Think about it twice, though. PS Spike still in spawn. So tNt look like they've committed to A, but they really haven't committed anywhere with the Spike that far away from them.
Yeah, and this is a different look coming out for the defensive Cypher, playing over at that connecting area between A and B, which generally we see him, anchor either C or A site now since the last patch. So this is a different hold coming up from SpotUp.
Well, this is one that he doesn't have any tripwires, no utility, so maybe just going where they need a gun rather than particularly Cypher. The smokes are down at B, and the Spike is going to push forward as well. 5 players standing, and the Spike is planted. You know, I had a feeling we would go all the way to C, but the fluke flank comes out at B. tNt are ready to go.
Rarely do we see a 5v5 retake situation, especially on the pistol round here, as Cryocells goes in, gets 2.
Oh, Kai's going to answer back, but it is a 2-for-1. So 4 players up on tNt. Kenny K! And the attackers take this one. A little bit of a font update, too. Huh.
Yeah, a lot of new animations coming out, and so it's been great to see. And I believe there are some more UI updates as well. So, again, seeing it all for the first time feels great.
It is kind of fun to watch for sure. I'll be honest with you, man. I am kind of a smooth brain. Give me a UI update, and I'm here. That's why when cell phones first came out, I'm just sitting there updating my apps. Like, please change the UI. Don't even care if you just move 2 buttons. I just want the change. I want to see the visual.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I've come to appreciate UI and UI designers. I didn't know that was an actual thing, but the philosophy behind it makes so much sense now. And I was like, yeah, of course, this is a thing.
Oh, absolutely. And you know, I mean, I come from MMOs. I'm a big old turbo nerd, and like designing your UI is a big part of that. So I am definitely locked up in there. A site locked up here by tNt. Spike, unfortunately, a little far away, but this is their side if they want to go for it.
Yeah, and now this mid control coming out, though they do have the flank, but A completely free for tNt. They'll be able to get that bomb plant. And they even got heaven control. Nice.
So this is, as we say, the bomb planted for long, so to speak. Player trying to get there, but tank can't even get there. Here's the backside, though. Cryocells and Core HH able to find it. 3 in the hands of those guys. And only one remaining. Figment here going for the knife was probably not the game plan.
Definitely not. Definitely not. So that's going to be 2 under the belt for the attackers. But again, it's like, how much did they really invest into this? How many of the SMGs are they going to be holding on to? And it looks like they will be holding on to 2. So a little bit down in terms of firepower up against SpotUp. And we see often teams struggling here on that 3rd round because it's not a true full rifle round.
Not quite. Just for the I'm worried about some of these angles though, because those rifles, 1 taps, you know, that's what you're looking for on the defensive end. Rushing into them with SMGs, it's easier to run into SMGs than the rifles. I guess that's an obvious statement, but really what I'm trying to get at is when we're talking with tack shooters like this and 1 tap headshots, stuff like that, he who holds the angle will always have the advantage. And so with respect to the rifles, if you're just sitting here holding your spot, that's more dangerous than getting rushed on by rifles.
Yeah, if you're holding the angle, you hit the headshot, there you go, 100 damage, easy. Even with the SMGs, you just need to hit 2 more bullets after that, generally, to finish them all off. But default play coming out from tNt here is they're trying to probe out the defense, and this is the time to play that default, where you're trying to figure out exactly what kind of guns they have, and especially try to find that first pick. Now, they are starting to congregate over to C long, though.
All of them but 1. And tNt have done this before. This was how they started the game off, by playing this hilarious big boy flank. Just put everything on one side and send one the other direction. Figment's actually gonna find the kill. And that sends everybody kind of awry. C site will be pushed on and planted. Just like that. SpotUp 5 players to defend it against tNt's tNt's 4 players to defend it against SpotUp's 5.
Yeah, this flank, though, coming out from the tNt Cypher can be huge as Cryocells finds 1, gets a 2nd here. Now it's still a 2v3 on this retake.
We're 2.5 rounds in. Kai with 3 and Figment with 4. SpotUp gonna get on the board here. And I already am getting used to seeing some of these names. Cryocell is repeatedly looking for the flank and repeatedly getting it often. And if anybody on the team has something to say about it, it's usually Kai. But Cryocell's is 6 and 2, and I think it's largely because he's just lurking.
It was a little odd. I felt like Cryocells might have been better served on that 4-person push, just because you are that Cypher, right? With the camera, you could make it a lot easier to clear the sights and clear angles. And so you know exactly how to push in, especially once you got that slow and forced back the defenders into their spawn. They could have gotten the bomb plant down earlier. That rotate coming out from A would have been slower. It might have better served them to have Cryocells in that 4-man push.
Spike lifted home here. 2-1, tNt looking for their 3rd by just fragging. But Tucker, sitting here tucked in the corner, gets the double kill. It's a 2-for-1 so far. SpotUp on the good side. Tucker throws out some ordnance, but there's really no one around the corner. There's 1. Tucker grabs it almost accidentally, but in fact, the tank shows up with the Marshall.
Yeah, and Kai's going to be able to get that res on to Bunny. And so 2v4 on this defense, and they weren't able to get onto a site. And now take a look at the flank from Figment.
Ooh, nice job. Players know where he's at, though, at this point. Spike down. And this is why you love the Cypher. He doesn't even have to be in sight to see the bomb.
There you go. Spots him out. They know exactly where he is. They're going to go hunting.
Pop. Defenders take it. Tied at 2 here. Those rounds are always so... You're sitting there and you're like, Kenny didn't. No. Okay. Sweet. Next. Very matter-of-fact rounds for the guys on tNt right now.
Yeah, tNt now into an eco round here. We got some ghosts along with sheriffs and some light armor. Generally, I don't invest light armor into these eco rounds, just for the simple fact that, you know, I could easily just get one tap, and there we go. I wasted 400 credits.
I think the light armor is because you can actually fight in these corridors, right? Especially with pistols. So if you're there's the hopeless eco, and then maybe we can do it eco. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I think they feel confident about this one. Boombot's going to go in. Reyna's going to turn off the lights. Kai with a beautifully timed wall just sat here waiting. And despite tNt using a whole bunch of good stuff, they wind up with the bad stuff. SVL goes down real quick. Tucker on the backside here. Tossing out the satchels. The one tap won't find it. Figment with the rifle answers back. And it's a 3-on-5 here. tNt still no spike plant.
Yeah, that was a great shoulder peek coming out from Figment as he peeked out from garage doors here. Spot's one out. And SpotUp just really turning on the pressure onto tNt. tNt now with 40 seconds left and not much really behind all of this. So we're just going to try and go for a Hail Mary play here, I think, onto the B site to try and at least get the plant for themselves.
It's a rough one. They got to run right up mid. 23 seconds on the clock. One tap not going to be there from Kenny K. Friendly wall. Right side. Tucker gets one. That's it. The second one will fall as well. And the defenders are able to grab it. No problem. That's an eco.
It's a lot of teams, again, struggling after that third round when they take the first 2 rounds of the pistols. And it seems to be a running theme at this point, which is why I think an adjustment that a lot of teams need to start making is maybe going a little bit lighter on that second round buy. Let's take a look at how SpotUp was able to bring it, take back the lead, or will take the lead with 3 in a row there.
Yeah, you know, a lot of the times I round one, if you trounce them, or if you're familiar with the team, right? If there's a skill mismatch, buy up. But I think if it's even, or even you got lucky, real light buys. I'm with you. I almost like to see 2 pistol rounds in a row sometimes. It just depends on what your teammates or what the enemy team's going to do here. B site almost empty, and tNt with their most successful push yet. Going to be able to get up through B site, not even going for it. A side seems to be the target.
And they do have to be careful as they funnel right in. Tucker finds 2 with that showstopper.
And the rest is all red. 2 players left to come and try and retake this one. They're in between C and B right now. I think the noise players are aware, but give me a corpse. 2 players right behind the wall. Everybody knows where they are. Tem picks up SVL, and he's not high, he's low. There's another one for Tem. Figment finds the other, a third for Tem. But all the while, we were getting the defuse, and that be that. SpotUp with number 4 after 6.
And I like tNt's approach there, but SpotUp doing a really good job of just not over-rotating. They just stopped there, even though the B-site plant was possible. The fact that it didn't go down immediately kind of, you know, signaled the warning blares for SpotUp. So holding that angle for Tucker to just hold that door with his ultimate, that was a great decision for him.
Certainly worked out here. We're going to see the boost for the odd angle. And the idea here, this isn't a better look than you would get on the floor, but when you're jumping out there, when the opponent is jumping out there with a rifle, they won't be looking at that particular spot. Crosshair placement, I'm sure you've been yelled about that in your ranked unrated games. So big push here. Kenny K is not going to find it. Cryocells will. It's 4-on-5. tNt offensively strong. Trade out's good. 4-on-2 as Core finds the follow-up. Now they got rifles. tNt looking cute, feeling cute for round 7.
This is quite the eco round for tNt, as they're able to blitzkrieg on to the B site. Cryocells will be able to take out his counterpart, and tNt finally answer back after 4 in a row for SpotUp.
That's a pretty skin. Thank you. Pick it back up. I appreciate it.
Oh, I didn't see the skin.
Yeah.
This one right here.
Yeah, the yellow one, the bright yellow one.
Okay. I'm a fan. I like it a lot. You know, I was a big fan of the Asimov skins in CSGO. And it's got that similar aesthetic. I know there are other skins in this game that are more in line with that, especially in terms of color. But yeah, I can get down with it. Very modern.
Yeah, I'm minimal, I'm modern, and a lot of the Valorant skins just haven't really spoken to me just yet, but I do like that one. Look at this arrow here. Almost perfect, a little bit too strong. It won't find anybody on the ground. Had it landed a little bit further, it lands right behind, and they get all the information. But a nice line up there. You can certainly use that to your advantage.
This defensive round not going well for tNt. They try to get aggressive, for SpotUp. They try to go aggressive onto mid, but the snipers just had the angles. Were able to hold that Kenny K with that boost up to heaven. Takes out Figment. And it looks like tNt, barring a miracle from SpotUp, will be able to tie it up 4-4.
Can we go back to Heaven real quick? The player that was in, I have no idea if I could actually do that sort of thing.
The Kenny K boost?
Yeah. That was interesting. Yeah, up here. So it looked like Kenny K was trying to line up something on that box. I wanted to know if he could jump down there. Shout outs to our production team for being able to move that fast. That's nobody likes it when a caster says something like that. So shout outs production squad. Sorry guys. Yeah, it's 4-on-4 or 4-2-4. No way SpotUp's gonna look for anything here. Just old-fashioned save and dance.
Oh, he's gonna try and save, but they are on the hunt. Walled off, and they do not get him.
Love it, love it. Big plays. Kai held the wall last time, or a couple of rounds ago as well, shutting down that rush into mid. I think a lot of players are worried about using their wall too late because if they die with it still in their inventory, that's a big no-no, right?
Yeah.
So watching Kai be very patient with that wall and use it when he needs it instead of just like check the box, wall this angle is really kind of impressive to me.
We do have 3 people ready to push. Bombs even all the way up to Cubby at C longs. This is a little bit scary, and it might be a commit by tNt. They haven't used anything anywhere else to try and sell a fake. So right now, we do have the Rays considering rotating early on. Here they go. They're pushing in. Kai gets Kenny K first.
Already. Feeling good about that. Not that one. Oh, no. Caught with the hands in the pockets. And tNt get on the site. But they're not having a great job of feeling comfortable inside. Cryocell's waiting in garage. Takes out 1. And Filament will answer on back. So SpotUp 3 players to play defense versus tNt's 2. The spike has been picked up. And it's going to be planted here at the C site.
He was actually forced off that plant there by the ultimate core, answering with 1 now. It's still a 1v2, and Tucker will be able to finish it off. And I think tNt showed their hands just a little bit there. You know, when you want to try and go for these takes, you got to play a little bit more contact. They got spotted out. And at that point, you know, they had to commit a little bit faster, I think. The simple fact that they had the bomb all the way up that Cubby was a little bit weird, I will admit, because that is a full commit onto that play.
Yeah, you know, at the same time, I often find, you know, we say damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? I see everybody always leaves the spike back at base and then plays for contact, and I have seen more than enough rounds lost because the players had to go like doubling back to get the bomb gives enough time for the counter rotation. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So I maybe damned if you do, damned if you don't. I'm willing to ask to see more aggressive plays like that. It was awkward that, you know, that's the downside to it, but dying with the spike in the Cubby, but they eventually did win it out. The site, not the round, but that's a different story.
Money ends up getting a kill onto the spike carrier there, and so Core forced to use that Resurrect, bringing it back to a 5v5. And so now time's dwindling down. That pick was huge. It brings it down to 45 seconds here as tNt now looking to rotate this cross map.
They've been looking for this quite a number of times. The first round of the game was a double back. We saw one player with the spike on the left side of the map and 4 players force A. And ultimately the spike was planted at B. And I think that kind of showed us what type of game tNt was looking to play on the aggressive side. Tucker long range, taking down Kenny K. Bomb still not down, leaving B site.
Yeah, they're doing that rotate once again over to the A site, but have they made enough inways here? It's just the 2 of them. It's going to be a 2v2 mirror retake situation.
All right. tNt have the spike down, but SpotUp, like you said, just the 2 of them, but they can make it if they try.
Oh, and they got the res as well.
That's big. All right, here's the push in. With the tripwire down, they've got a rush on in. Crown Cell sitting directly on it, picks off one to the left, expects the player to the right, has the teammate, gets taken down. Tem looking good. Does he have the time?
It looks like it, and so that was a clutch res coming out from SpotUp there to secure that round. But I still like the positioning coming out from tNt, having one right on bomb on site, holding that left angle, and then having the Sage all the way back at short A to cover his right so that he could hard scope that angle there. He got the first kill off of it, just ended up, getting double peeked from the right, and they end up going down. Still, they played that well for the situation they were in.
6-4 after 10. And economy-wise, we've got rifles on the side of tNt. SpotUp should be sporting something similar, if I'm not mistaken. We'll see how it all works out as players position towards B. Again, note where the spike is. In no man's land. They've committed here. Kenny K through the smoke takes down Bunny, and SpotUp only have 4 to play D.
And because they committed the res into that last round, they won't have it for this one. But we'll see, as they are now starting to poke and prod over at B, just waiting for a rotation to be committed at this point. But we do have a flank coming out from SpotUp. We'll get spotted by that trap wire, though.
Caution here.
Bombot's going to clear out B, and it's a fake. They're going to toss the Bombot right into B and then rush towards C, but a good tripwire is going to pick off or at least capture the information of at least one. Raina turns out the lights, SVL gets the kill. Tank is also going to walk in, put down Kai on the right-hand angle, and the wall off corridor is strong. With the spike down, SpotUp have 2 players. Jamerson, save or fight?
Oh, you save. Going into the last round of the half, you just got to have to save here, especially with how back and forth this half was. I don't know how strong their economy is, but you got to imagine that it's not that strong. So, yeah, tNt haven't lost anybody. This is an extremely good round for them. And indications, it points towards a 6-6 half.
That's what you want. I mean, often you expect to be down a couple on the offensive. Teams repeatedly opt for the defender's side of the site. Figment finds it, and the attackers are able to go ahead and get it. Spike detonated. Easy peasy. And now our last round of the half here. And rifles abound and an op for core.
Yeah. So those saves were massive.
Yes.
Definitely massive, as you saw Figment and Tucker being able to buy out for their squad. It just comes down to Bunny having to pick up an SMG. So at this point, SpotUp have an opportunity. They can still make this a 7-5 half for themselves. But again, lacking a little bit in that firepower. Core HH, of course, with that operator, has been an immovable wall over at mid, and so SpotUp haven't been able to try to get any kind of aggressive play over there happening.
That's a big deal, being able to lock down mid as the aggressive team. We've got a brief pause as our players figure out some tech issues, but to break that down a little bit, you know, what the defensive side wants to do a lot of the times here around mid is you oftentimes see players walk out of garage or challenge right from the middle of mid to this window side. And what that allows players to do is cut off all the multiple angles across that sort of midfield that we have, that's basically anything that's not A or C site. And if you, as the offensive team, can walk forward and just lock down mid with a dedicated op player, I mean, it limits the opponent's abilities to cut down some of those other angles, and you just own mid.
We haven't really seen that much out of SpotUp trying to do that, right? I think, and it's just solely down to being shut down the few times that they have.
Exactly.
Having the Sage there, throwing down the slow orbs over at the doors, it's been massive. At this point, it looks like they might try to go for a peek, though. They throw out the slow orb. No one's there for them to peek.
Recon Bolt will show where the Reyna is. In exchange, she limits the vision. Reload, fall back. A-site rotation, perhaps. But players from SpotUp are easing their way down C. You can see Figment getting antsy here. Love that big flank. Shots going out into mid, and Cypher's slowly going to put him... Oh, here it is. On the backside. Cypher v. Cypher.
Here we go, the battle. Oh. And it's going to be Cryo Cells to walk away with that. The ultimate coming out for the last round as well. Spotting out everybody.
That Cypher fight was really important. So if the flank comes out, if Cryo Cells loses that fight and the enemy Cypher is able to flank all the way through, that's likely at least 2, maybe 3, depending on how communicative the other team is. Like if they can communicate those angles and those hideaway spots. Either way, not going to happen this time around. tNt storming the C site. 3 players left for SpotUp, but only one is near. Sova's one of them, and he gets 1, but that's it. And so it's up to his 2 teammates to take out tNt's 2 teammates.
Big thing is that for this final round, that showstopper is actually off the board for tNt. That could have almost just secured this round. But Cryo Cells says he doesn't need that at all, and he will be able to finish it off with a 4-piece. We don't get to see that often.
Nope.
Just the Cypher absolutely fragging out.
And I'm here for it, man. Give me. I say all the time, I'm an information guy. I want to play Cypher or Sova every game. Listen, just because we got to provide the minimap intel doesn't mean we can't provide the shots as well. Thank you. Power to the utility players.
Crystal sitting at 17-7-4. It's honestly both Cyphers now. As the top frags for their team. Figment even 11-6-6. So now swapping sides here. It looks like, yeah, tNt, or excuse me, SpotUp, trying to go for an aggressive push here through mid.
You say that, but long C is where a lot of players are shoving their faces. Let's see the spike over there as well. Only 1 defender. Oh, the full walk back. The full walk back, as they've seem to have gotten the attention of the enemy squad. But they're going to walk it back to mid. An interesting choice for sure. Got to watch the flank, though, here. tNt have 2 members behind enemy lines. 2 kills go the way of SpotUp, excuse me. Buddy and teammate, but here comes the flank again. It's Cryo Cells out of nowhere. Tem trades it out. 2 players up in tNt jerseys versus the same from SpotUp. Bunny here underground. And the spike headed towards A. Defense as well. Spike gets here first, but they have to be cautious entering on into the site. Recon Dart won't find anybody. Information gathered. Both players coming from the backside. Bunny gets 1. And the second target is put down. Tank gets something to say about it, but Tem gets the last laugh. And it's 7-6 SpotUp.
Good attack from SpotUp there. Even though their push over at C got thwarted by that mid push coming out from tNt, and they had to respond to that. They're at least able to get onto the A side fast enough, and their take there, I do like it. Almost got caught out. Almost got caught looking at his Pip-Boy there. Did the Brimstone, but you're able to clutch that one up, and we are back into the same situations, going back and forth between these two teams now. 7-6, this pistol round, or this anti-eco round for SpotUp should go their way. Now, another default play coming out from SpotUp here as they are probing just a little bit over at mid. And now tNt making some different moves. Two players currently holding down over at garage here. So they do now back away.
You know, my neighbor just drive by. Big old loud stuff. That's how tNt have been playing on the offensive side. I expected aggressive defense. You know, the teams that storm mid. I expected that sort of play, but very, very calculated here this time around. SpotUp are going to do the same thing and slowly walk up C. They're going to be met by a player in connector. And that one goes their way. So SpotUp 4-5 players strong. Tosses some ordnance out on the backhand side. And we'll have complete control of the C site. The spike will be planted. Right?
There we go.
I was like, guys, you own the site. Either way, it's down and now looking to defend it.
Yeah, planned for long, so they've already got 3 members there. They also know that cryo cells is on the flank, and so really heavily investing into this flank position now is Tem even using that recon drone, the owl drone. Gonna go ahead and line up a shock dart. Does this actually land just right on the bomb?
Ooh, doesn't matter because Bunny does. Gets out Kenny K. Close and personal is cryo cells. The flank has to be looked at. Left side. Oh, he catches the player off guard and the snap too. Kai with the first one, Tem with the second. And SpotUp are starting to distance themselves from tNt. And this is what you want to see. This is tNt's kind of last shot, I feel like. They've got 2 opportunities. If things don't go this way, they've got to eco around for, you know, theoretically SpotUp win number 10 and then are ready to fight for number 11 and 12. So this is a really pivotal round for tNt, I think.
Yeah, and this is the biggest opportunity as well. The simple fact that it's going to be rifles into a couple SMGs, and I believe the only like AR is a DMR.
Oh, what?
That happened.
Listen. I know we're testing the young kids in Counter-Strike, but no, I'm just playing. Valorant has anti-cheat that like checks your passport, but that was insane. 2 kills through the smoke.
That's one hell of a way to shut down the offense as well. You just have to be careful when you're pushing smoke like that. You know, it blocks vision, not bullets. So
no, Jamerson, there's no way you can't tell me that you've got to expect to get 2K through smoke.
It's again, they lined up.
That's fair. Thou shalt not line up.
Yeah.
I'm here for that one. Information. Cypher's got it, and he's got a kill. Cryocells takes down Figment. The teammate takes down Tucker. Tem still on the floor. Here comes the retake. Tank is going to take down Tem. And that's that, folks. Who gets the defuse? It's going to be the Brimstone?
Yeah, he's one off from his ultimate here, and we know how strong it can be, especially for post plant, and just trying to actually deny the plant itself. So I like that they, of course, kept that in mind. SpotUp though, they will be able to buy up into this round to contest tNt. So we'll see if an operator comes out. They might have had just enough money for that buy, but it might just be ARs. There we go. Yeah, they've got the operator in play, and it's going to be the first one here in this half.
Interesting. Now I hear your neighbors. We got noisy cars around us, huh?
It's about time for me to get that Shure SM7B. I'm going to be honest here.
I mean, I'm using a nice mic. It is what it is.
Well, it's that dynamic mic, though, so you're less likely to pick that up. Or maybe I should just turn on RTX. Yeah.
Yes.
That's probably the play.
Yes. SpotUp wishing they could do that with their footsteps. tNt kind of sees what's going on around B, and they're going to coalesce around there, forcing SpotUp to head all the way down to A site. 3 up banana, and then 2 just going directly in the short way. A little bit of a flame decal on the backside, and that'll prevent players coming on through there. The wall will as well, but there's the spam. Hole open. Kenny up front, tank behind. 1 player going up high, 2 players going up high. And tNt looking to break on into the other side. Here comes the Owl Drone, and a great molly. That'll keep 1 player away. The other 2 that are up top still have yet to really do anything. Getting on in here. The smoke dissipates. Looking for the secondary push. Kenny's going to toss molly and go for it. Sees the player. Backs up. tNt are going to run out of time with this push.
Yeah. At this point, they're all just going to go ahead and back off and go for the save here along with SpotUp. So they're not going to lose anyone on the exit, which is very crucial when it comes down to this. As we can see, there's also like the map changes that we're seeing across, right? This is one of the big ones. Pushing up to A, the box is on the left. It's gone down instead of being a double box. You don't have to really check that angle anymore. I like these map changes a lot.
Yeah. It's been kind of interesting here on Haven. So in total, we've got the change to garage doors, the change to entrance C long, and then they've opened up some of the space there on A lobby. The 2 connectors and the entrance to the sewer. A sewer, I guess that's the little underground spot. I'm just reading it off the sheet here. So altogether, 6 changes on this map.
Yeah, it's just all those angles. Like if you're pushing up and you've got a... Oh, wow, Tucker.
Wow, beautiful. And Tucker, that's just knowing your opponent. I had just given commendation to the Sage player for holding that wall to the last moment possible. And that was, again, a great example of it. But the Raze player knew what was coming, popped up, put him down. And all of a sudden, it's a 3-4. Spike already planted.
Oh, Cryo sells. 2 on that flank. So they do try and answer back. tNt now down to the 1. He is on site, but Kai's trained on the bomb, on the spike.
Just, I dare you, right?
It's a little ring around the rosy action here for Kenny K, but yeah, I don't think he's going to try and go for it. Again, try to save any money that you can at this point.
Yeah.
If you can get the exits, this would be huge.
Gets 1. That's actually going to be pretty big there. But, oh, information on the second turnaround! Not going to find it. Player successfully hid. Good job there. Take 1 shot with the op, walk away. I like that call. But SpotUp going to keep their op. Rifles bound. tNt will buy 1 themselves and rifles as well. Cryo cells, though, kind of broke. We'll go with the Bulldoggy.
That goes there.
We do have 2 operators in play.
Yeah. I find that good for them. I'm in my last round of the I'm buying the top frag on my team, and I'm using the Bulldog. Like, he's got 23 kills. Give him a Vandal, please.
Now, this lack of attention over to the A site might come back to punish them again, as we already have cryo cells pushed up. But this time he's got backup with his brimstone, as they've given up all kinds of control over at the B site to do this.
The wall's going to be on the right side. Location revealed, though. Spike fake planted, and now the run backwards. Oh, yeah. Nice shot from Kai. Are they going to go all the way elsewhere? Yes, they are. C site. All of a sudden, looking for the plant. It should be safe as well. Not going to come around the right side. Instead, sitting right on there. Kai reses Tucker. And now it's a 4-on-2. tNt gets demolished during the rotation. And Kai with 3 in a row.
Things turned around real quick for tNt there. I thought they had a great flank. Ultimately ended up splitting up at the end there. And, you know, losing that 50-50 did cryo cells as he was trying to push up to C long on the peak. Ooh, nice pickup. See if he gets any more on this exit. He shouldn't. No. Unless he runs into this man over at spawn.
Oh, no! Oh, no! Lost the up! Number 11 for SpotUp. And they've got another sniper. Is that worst case scenario for tNt?
It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad, yeah. If he could have just survived with it, it does make a massive difference here, especially because it's coming down to the wire, right? SpotUp is one round away from map point. tNt need to cobble together any kind of economy. They're going to be forced into, forced by positions soon, as we see SVL on this sheriff.
Spike left at home. Figment trying to wall spam into garage. Love the cypher angles. Being able to peek an angle without showing your body is absurd. And Tem's going to do the same thing, but while moving. Owldron.
You know, we've seen a lot of discipline coming out from players over the last few weeks of also how to deal with the Owldron. Sometimes it's not, blow it up. Sometimes it's play the mind games. Don't shoot it. Trigger discipline. Try and bait them out. And it might have worked. Take a look at that. The rotate going over from tNt, sending 4 people on over to A, basically. Now they are re-rotating back that Sage, but she doesn't want to be there by herself. She's not going to be able to res herself if she dies.
Gotta be tough. Need help from the squad. Smoked off on garage, smoked off back angle as well. And, well, we came up mid or long, so nobody there just yet. We'll have to watch the flank, and that's what we see. 3 players opting to go for here. Connector is where cryo cells and teammate will come from. 2 from garage. Smoke's dissipated. Kai gets 1, but is then traded out by Core. 4 players here and a res from tNt. They're up 5 strong. Look at a push in. Great shot from Tem.
Molotovs are there. Shock darts are there. And this great flank coming out from Figment as he's going to pick up the 4-piece. And now SpotUp are sitting on map points. And it was off of just a great fake. Really making tNt over-rotate on that.
Yeah, that's what we've seen. Both of these teams, our first round, and I thought it was just one team, but apparently that's the motif of the match. The first round we had tonight was an across-the-map fake. So, and then the second round was the same thing, but the enemy team, or the third round, the enemy team took it because they flanked on the cross-map fake. So that's what we've seen here, just lurks, odd angles, and repeatedly making people mobile. I mean, these guys have definitely got their steps in.
Now that poking and prodding this time around over to the A site here. As, they do toss out some utility, but I don't think this one's going to be a fake.
I think they're trying to fake the fake now because they have the SpotUp has the spike with them on the A site, and you see how hesitant tNt are to change. And so, really, what I thought and what I thought was going to happen was that they would fake the fake because tNt would go, "You're not going to fool us twice. We're going to stay here," and then take advantage of the numbers disadvantage. But SpotUp instead going to opt for B, just kind of straight up and down.
Yeah, the mind games, they are getting ready with the dart out. Kenny K gets spotted, but oh, the judge laying down the law.
Judge Dredd gets the third. Kenny K says, okay. Kai puts him down, moves, stay mobile, doesn't get taken out by Core. And Figment walking up close, taken out through the smoke by Infect. Spike picked up, SpotUp 2 players strong versus tNt's 3, and it's a one-man show.
The Spike is on the site. He's good to get the plant possibly 1v3, and he will go down. tNt scrap that together and keep this map alive for themselves.
So close there for Kai. If Kai,
Can I get a drop?
I like the angle, right? Because when we talk about like wide peaks, right? If he is 2 steps to the left, right, he gets that kill and walks away to safety. But he just gets at the corner of his hitbox. Gets taken out by the second peeker in that garage connector.
Feel it.
Oh, man. You hate to see it. Round or game point here for SpotUp. And that's not a good sight. tNt start things off hot with a kill off the bat. Okay, I'm going to come down here. And one more time, it looks like the A push is good.
Yeah, they got 4 players over there. tNt already kind of motioning to try and go for an early rotate. If they do see any utility being used over at the A sites, it's just contact play now coming out from SpotUp as they are pushing up, and they pushed all the way up long A for free.
Yeah, no contest. Walking on in, Temtem's able to pick off 1 on the left-hand side. Cryocells has been the top frag, so it's a big push. Kenny K shows up and judges 1. Gets taken down after the fact. 3 on 3. It's a joust, baby. Shock Dart. As the players know where they're at. Shock Dart combines with Kai and Tank goes down. 2 players left pushing on in. SpotUp with the man advantage. Core holding the breath. Now going to be mobile. Recon Dart going to do the job. Finding 2. And now we see tNt speed it up, but slow it down. Because SpotUp takes the game, the round, and we'll move to a game 2.
Very surprising, and I like what SpotUp did there in the second half of that half, where a lot of their focus was on that C side attack, and then eventually they had to adjust because of what Cryocells was doing from that A flank continually coming in, and that was one of the weaknesses. And so they kind of covered that up by starting to attack the A site towards the tail end of that. And so I really like that adjustment coming up from SpotUp, and that's honestly what helped them out a lot there on the offense.
So looking at this, we see 24 kills here for Kai. A fantastic look so far. And, you know, that's wonderful because you see 1 player kind of working on their side and 1 player kind of working on the other team's side as far as being above 20 kills. But what we've seen be successful for other teams in the past is having multiple players. Because now everybody's going to have those 2 guys on their mind and look to specifically shut them down. So who stands up in game number 2 is the question, I guess, that we've got to ask ourselves, Jamerson.
Yeah, indeed. But already Cryocells holding it down, especially as an anchor, was doing a really good job, even though, you know, ultimately it wasn't enough for the team. I still appreciate what he was able to do. I think, you know, at that final round, there was a little bit of lapse in judgment. Not having that trap wire there really cost them. Really cost them.
It's a little bit rough, but that's why it's a best of 3. We've got a couple more games here, maybe even 2 more games if the enemy team decides to pick it up. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with Fight Night after this.
Sidearms provide players with the most weapon diversity in Valorant. With a weapon for all occasions, players will want to familiarize themselves with all of the choices. Today we'll be taking a look at the Shorty and the Frenzy. We'll tell you how they match up to each other, how to use them, and even when to buy them. With completely different firing methods, bullet spreads, magazine sizes, and damage output, both the Shorty and the Frenzy are in a class of their own when looking at available sidearms. The Shorty is a semi-automatic sawed-off shotgun with a large and unpredictable bullet spread, even when compared to its big brothers, the Bucky and Judge. The Frenzy, however, is a fully automatic machine pistol that follows similar patterns to SMGs and rifles, with its recoil climbing before leveling out, but this little guy works best in short 3 to 4 round bursts. Spraying an entire clip from the Frenzy may look cool, but you probably won't be rewarded for it. Like all of the other sidearms, neither of these weapons offer any kind of ADS or alternate firing method. What you see is what you get. Both weapons have varied magazine sizes. The Shorty has the smallest bullet count in the game with 12, with only 2 shells available at a time. The Frenzy is a bit more forgiving in the magazine department, having 13 in each clip for a total of 52. When comparing their rates of fire, the Shorty is one of the slower firing weapons in the game, having a fire rate of 3.3 shells per second. It's important to note that the Shorty produces 15 pellets when fired. Naturally, as the Frenzy is fully automatic, it's going to boast a significantly higher fire rate at 10 rounds per second, a pinch faster than rifles, but still lagging behind SMGs. These weapons also have wildly different damage outputs and effective ranges as well. The Shorty works best within 10 meters, and each pellet will deal 36 damage to the head, 12 to the body, and 10 to the legs. This little shotgun packs quite the punch and can one-shot anyone who gets too close. While its close range power isn't as potent as the Shorty, the Frenzy can be used a bit further away with an effective range of 20 meters. Dealing 78 damage to the head, this machine pistol can easily two-shot even a fully armored opponent. Unfortunately, with its 26 body and 22 leg damage, it's going to take at least a half a dozen shots to drop enemies with full armor. Be careful when trying to use these weapons out of their effective ranges, especially the Shorty. You'll notice very quickly how hard its damage drops off, not simply because each pellet does less damage, but because of how sporadic the spread becomes. Stick to close quarters. The Frenzy is a tad more forgiving in the ranges it can operate in. Its damage drop off beyond its golden zone of 20 meters isn't as harsh and can still secure kills, although it will require a bit more control when firing at these ranges. By now, we know these guns inside and out. But when should we expect to see them? The Shorty and Frenzy will run you 200 and 400 credits respectively.
Welcome back to Fight Night. Game 1 in the books. SpotUp able to take this one and not completely destroying the opposition, but certainly running away with it in the end.
Yeah, it looked like, the defense a little bit slow on the reactions, but it was also due to some really good fakes coming out from the offense. So, yeah, I honestly do enjoy those plays. We saw a lot more contact plays coming out than I think we're used to seeing out, especially on the offensive end of Haven. So it was honestly really great mind games coming out from both sides.
Yeah, a really nice back and forth play. That's funny. I said that without thinking. When we say back and forth play, we usually mean like one round goes to team A, one round goes to team B, et cetera, et cetera. But it was quite literally back and forth on the map. We would see a push towards C and then a committal towards A, or a storm of the B site and then a hard flank towards A. Just back and forth on the map, quite literally.
Yeah. So what is our second map? I'm sorry, like my second monitor isn't working right now, so I can't actually bring it up and look at it right now.
There it is.
Oh yeah, Ascent. Okay. So I'm trying to remember what the Ascent map changes were. I think for Ascent, was it just no. Split has only one change. Ascent has like 2 or 3.
Ascent has a couple, yeah. Ascent has 3. So the defender spawn entrance is a little bit different. There's a change to the attacker side of A main, and that includes a self boost to get an additional angle to peek A main as an attacker. And the garden entrance has also been changed just a little bit. I'll be straight up. When you go to the patch notes on the site, they offer this as you mouse over the picture of the map, a red bar goes up to tell you that, maybe it's a different image. It's not a different image. I've zoomed in super. I took Photoshop out and tried to find, I'm like, you guys uploaded the wrong image. There's no different. Valorant's doing an excellent job of kind of being transparent, communicating their cycles for sure. But
so there was one, I believe. I believe they removed the self boost from B. I think that was the big one. So there's a self boost on B site for the defenders. Well,
Yes.
I guess either can use it, but it was an exploit. So the self boost, you basically just like you lined it up by looking at this one cup on the right hand side. You held back while you pressed space, or while you jumped twice, and then all of a sudden you were on top of this barrel. It was a crazy boost. But I believe that one's removed now, if I remember correctly.
Word. I mean, it's the attacker side gets a new self boost, so maybe that will balance it on out.
We'll see. We'll see. Ascent is still a map where, we're exploring it and we're seeing a lot of innovation so far in the way teams play it. And we got to see a lot of it yesterday. It was very enlightening in how teams were playing it. So I really enjoyed it.
Okay, cool. So I can see this when you're approaching. When you're approaching from the butcher's market into A site.
Yeah.
There's now a bunch of boxes on the attacker side of the wall that allows you to kind of jump up and get a new angle, so that you don't all have to funnel into that one alleyway by yourself. And likewise in tree room, I guess we call it. Garden entrance, there's another alternative. There's a bunch of boxes that you can jump up on just to like hide in the corner a little bit at a different eye line, so to speak. We're gonna jump in here though. Game numero dos. Round numero uno. Lo siento, mi amigos. tNt versus SpotUp. SpotUp one more time on the offensive side. They're going to look for a cat push running right down mid. I like this strategy when you've got pistols, because later on in the game, this mid becomes completely unavailable.
Yeah, I'm trying to honestly alpha that spot right now, right? Bully them out of there early on. It's going to be very important for mental at this point, as we do have some smokes going down here on the A site.
Oh, whoa. One off the top, but an easy trade. 4-on-4, 4-on-3. And another one is taken on down. SpotUp looking to go ahead and push. We're even here at 3 again.
Spike planted.
Spike planted at A. In fact, pushing in gets 1. And so tNt do have the numbers advantage, but they've got to clear out this site before they attempt to defuse. SpotUp with 2 strong. One's going to be up in heaven. The attempt to defuse is started. And it looks like with one player dead, the other player, it's going to be too far away. Gets a kill. But the fuse will come out here. And SpotUp, nice try. tNt first on the board.
Yeah, the numbers advantage just too much, but tNt were able to push up their mid and get that flank on them for that retake. And so really great positioning for them. And they're going to go ahead and take that first round, and let's see how heavy they invest into this. We got a Marshall here, so signaling that they want to have a heavy mid presence probably.
Yeah, this is all the way a mid buy, if you will. I think you leave that Marshall at home if you're going. There are 3 approaches, right? B direct, mid, and A direct. And if you're going either of those, I think you leave the Marshall at home. The mid is the only place to really take this one out, and so in fact. Gonna look for the peak, but is smoked off, so nothing he can really do here with the long range weapon. And SpotUp is gonna try pushing in, and in fact has the information here. Molotov goes out, that'll slow him down just a little bit, but SVL gets 2, and Infect from long gets the other. 2 players still up for SpotUp.
Really good support for that Marshall, understanding what they need to play around once they spotted out the push coming out from SpotUp. And so tNt will go ahead and take 2 in a row. Let's see exactly what they want to buy into this, as it's going to be an SMG buy, unfortunately, for cryocells, as they're investing into a double sniper here, the early operator for core.
They will change that up. I don't mind the double sniper when it's just the guy keeping his Marshall. This is a map that I think single op is really, it's tough to kind of squeeze the double one here. I think I'd rather see 4 rifles, 1 op most of the time. But of course, we'll see how the game and the meta evolves around that. Spread out here. Spike not committed either way. Team, like I said, spreading the floor. SpotUp playing contact here.
Now the bomb is positioned over at mid right now. And it looks like it might be just another mid push here as they go ahead and scout through with that owl drone, and now they're making their way in.
SVL waiting on the side, being very patient. And that's something I'm going to point out after the fact. SVL grabs 2 before going down. tNt have been mad patient. They have not really looked concerned about kind of jumping out or jumping in.
Yeah, so they're able to recover the spike at the very least, and now rotating it over to the A site. But again, they will be known as the door is trapped up. They could swing up to heaven if they still want, and that might be the play here.
Well, there's a little bit of information. They know 1 player is there off the trap wire. They don't know how many others have shown up, however. Spike carrier down, so Spike is down on the site. And it's a rough situation to be in. SpotUp has to charge in. Like, that looked awkward, folks. Cypher is able to get a kill, and defenders do ultimately win. But Jamerson, you know just as well as I, once your spike drops to the site, they have to push that there.
Yeah, we see a lot of people just kind of take a little bit too long once they establish their presence on the site to actually get the spike down. Yeah. And this is one of those rare occasions where, you know, the team doesn't lose out on the rifle rounds after taking the first 2. So this is a very strong economy move for tNt here. They should be able to get up a decent bank in this anti-eco round.
tNt trailing in the series. You see right there in front of the Cypher, that's those extra boxes I was talking about. You can jump up there for a higher angle. I'm pretty sure that's the change. Wasn't available last time around. Before 1.04 is our patch. Bomb leaning towards A side. And that seems to be where the push wants to come from. Sova's kind of just about to be walked on, but he gets 2 through the smoke. Insane. Not allowed. Not okay. Kenny gets a 3rd before going down, but the damage has already been done. SpotUp with 2 strong versus tNt's 3, and that's that 4-0. They're dynamite.
Yeah, if they could have just at least gotten the spike down, they're happy with the kills that they were able to find, but that spike would have helped them out drastically there. And tNt now, really, their economy, not as strong as I expected it to be, but, you know, and even if they lose this round, they'll have full buys for the entire squad at the very least to continue this going right now. And so SpotUp need to put a stop to this bank. They need to win this round, or tNt might just run away with this half.
I'm in full agreement with you, but easier said than done. I mean, what needs to change here for SpotUp to stop themselves from being down 5-0?
I think they might have just got into their head that they can't fight for mid. Take a look. There's there's almost no presence here. Now the peek does come out from Tucker. He tries to spray through, but he finds nothing.
The first person all night to shoot through smoke and knock for the kill. Kai gonna take down the wall here. Spike was A, now going mid. 1 minute remaining. Yeah. Tucker trying to walk on through, has eyes. Tucker and Figment slowly walking up catwalk. But it doesn't seem to be getting them anywhere. They're walking very, very slow. SpotUp, that is.
Yeah, they send a fake smoke over to the A site, and tNt getting a little bit antsy there. So we're seeing some movement. Now they are going to re-rotate that Brimstone back on over to B, and this is going to be the right move. Got 28 seconds left. Bunny setting up for this. Smoke comes out over to mid, and now here comes the execute.
Look at this. tNt are ready for it, though. They, just in case they don't hard commit, but they shifted. They played the shift. One player came over to put 3 on the site, 1 in the connector, and 1 closer at A site. And so they had an idea that this was happening. And now they're going to try and defend against the execute. SVL goes ahead and gets 2, 3, 4, and the help from Cryo Cells. and it's 5-0 flawless, baby. tNt also 5-0 macro.
Like a lambs to slaughter there at the end, getting herded into the crosshairs of SVL by that orbital strike coming down from Infect the Tank. So that's going to be 5 in a row, and this is going to be such a bad half. It looks like for SpotUp here, not able to get anything going on their offense.
This definitely looks like a little bit of inexperience on the map, and I don't know the team, so maybe it's just a bad round from them, but I just see a lot of tNt holding down mid and SpotUp not understanding how to really fight out of these angles. They're not walking into mid and getting headshot every time, but their ability to kind of counter rotate and play around what tNt is doing is not really high.
They were able to tiptoe the entire team up here, but now they're just caught out. In fact, finding that first one slowed down by that orb as well.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm talking about. That's not the way you want to respond to that. You can go sort of to the sides or whatnot, but through the wall, man. Just, yeah, Salt is right. Kenny K making it happen. Great recon dart. That's what gave the ability to the player to find the shots through the wall for that pen kill. Beautiful stuff. Heading into our 7th round here, everyone with rifles. This is where SpotUp turns it around, if at all. They've got to. So now that you've got rifles, do you challenge mid, or do you just forgive it? You go, we lost there, and take your rifles elsewhere.
Well, that would be that operator buy, but they have opted not to use it at this point. And their answer for mid is just to smoke it off every single time from this angle right now. But this aggressive push from the A players coming out from tNt, just shutting down this mid push completely.
That was tNt making the adaptation and SpotUp not. This is the game of adaptations. Listen, you get 2 minutes or less every single round. The map doesn't change. The players don't change. The positions don't change. It's how you adapt and you play against the other person. This is not PvE. You're not playing against the map as everything changes. You're playing against the opponent. And so you've got to take into mind, you got to download what they do. And tNt right here has made adjustments to what SpotUp have been doing, despite the fact that SpotUp even aren't winning. tNt are winning every round, and they're still adjusting to what their opponent's doing. And SpotUp haven't changed a damn thing. And I think that's a big deal. I think that's the reason I'm going to say it right now. I think that's why we're going to a map 3.
Yeah, and SpotUp, because of the economy that tNt have, if they find any success, they have to make sure that whatever adjustments they make works multiple rounds in a row. Already their SVL getting that first pick. tNt have a huge bank. There were a few players that were sitting at near max money. And so they'll be able to full buy for 3, maybe 4 rounds in a row. And that's basically the rest of this half.
Here's a pop-up from Tucker, trying to walk up Cat. Won't find anybody immediately. SVL, on the other hand, eats the wrong side of it. Bunny, looking good. It's a 4-on-4. A-site the push. Rotation from tNt. 1 player on site, 2 players rotating. One of them flank, the other up front. Cryocells will take down Tucker, and now a true 3v2. SpotUp. Like I said, SpotUp are going to rotate. They're going to run into the Sage player.
Yeah, she was able to find 1 kill over there. Backs away now. She had the slow orb. She does not. No more utility, but she gets the headshot. That at least slows them down just a little bit. Now here comes the rotation out from tNt. Falling back. I love how she's playing this.
Great crosshair placement. Core looking good. Figment is able to take out Tank, but Core was there. Figment going to go ahead and take the round just like that with the spike planted. 1 more remaining. Look at how he's playing against the wall just in case. Nice job. Nice job. What was... Anyway. 7-1. SpotUp get their first round of the game. Too little, too late? Question mark?
Like I said, they didn't do any economic damage, really, right? And so we're going to see a full buy. This operator buy actually does kind of affect tNt's subsequent buys. But I do like that they are now finally going for it. But the fact that they were comfortable with just rifles for 7-8 rounds in a row is very telling. But quickly making the adaptation, this is going to be huge for them, I think, as they are actually playing. Was it the Sage player that's got the operator? I'm not entirely sure whose hands that went into.
Yeah, I think it was the Sage with the op trying to play over by B. Mid going to be the spot here for SpotUp. Slowly walking towards A site via cat. Spike still staunchly in the middle. So the team has not committed. Although A site is what I'm calling right now if I'm on the squad. tNt not hearing a thing will actually be more active towards the B site. Here come the smokes though. And SpotUp trying to walk on in, meets Mr. Kenny. Bunny goes down, immediately rezzed, and Tem turns it around. Kenny's going to take out one, and SpotUp have 4 players to tNt's 4. SpotUp have walked onto the site, but are now going to be crushed on by the opposing side. 1 player going to be coming up from heaven at least, but we'll see where everybody else approaches from.
Yeah, they are smoked off that connector here, but Kai finds 2, backs away, is going to heal up off of that. And SpotUp, it looks like they'll be able to string together 2 in a row.
Yeah, there's that player from up top, and just the Sage remains. And the call is to keep the op, and I don't disagree.
Yeah, this save will allow them to full buy for, of course, the next 2 rounds. So this is a crucial save, at the very least, for them. This is what should be able to allow them a 10-2 half. But again, this next round is going to be important. SpotUp needs every single round at this point here because this is already a disastrous half for them, but they can recover. If they can get the next 3 in a row, you walk away attacking side on ascent with 5, you're pretty happy.
Yeah, 5 is acceptable. That's kind of what you're shooting for. I'm sure they're happy it's not a 0 because it looked like that just might have been the case. 5 in a row, right? For tNt. So, or was it
7
6 in a row? It was all 7?
Yes.
Yeah, it was all 7. They got back-to-backs here, they being SpotUp. Catwalk. Making use of that change. Kenny's still going to win the fight. That's the first time we've seen that peak on stream. And it doesn't go their way. That's unfortunate.
Now SpotUp in a very tight spot here because their economy wasn't any good either. Only winning those 2 rounds and having your round loss bonus reset at this juncture. Oh, it is a bad spot to be in. Kai found himself in a bad spot as well. Just caught out in the middle of no man's land there, and he goes down. Nice peek by Kenny K. Oh, man.
The teammate presence. SVL kind of with the long-range shenanigans. 12, 4, and 7 for the 3-letter player. You'll love to see it. The op on top. Core also grabbing one. The bottom fragger with 614 as a slash line, excuse me. If my bottom fragger is 6 and 1, I'm content. You could be Tucker.
Yeah, this almost full buy, halfway to like a force buy there, as we don't have full armor, I believe, on the Cypher player for SpotUp. But if they lose this one, oh, that's a rough way to start it all off.
You don't like to see that. Not at all. 4 players trying to push somewhere. Spike picked up. Mid is something to be shied away from for SpotUp, and that's what they will do. A seems to be the cautious contender. We'll see if they hard commit to this idea. I think they will. Utility coming out. The recon drone, recon dart does the job. 2 for 1. SpotUp feeling good. 3 players up versus tNt's 3 players. Spike down.
They've got the Sova ultimate to work with as well, which I feel like tNt, yeah, they're just going to full commit onto this. There's no reason for them to try and save at all. They need to try and get these kills, and they're going to go ahead and use that res into this as well.
Oh, Core's able to get cryo cells up, and it's just immediately right back down. Core goes down as well. SpotUp finishes them off, and it's 8-3. Okay, last round. If tNt wind up with 8, if this is an 8-4 half, tNt are still happy as a pig in mud.
Yeah, I agree with tNt going for that retake. I don't agree with going for that res for that. I think it could have been better well served here. They do have the double operator once again for this final round here in the half. Tem is going to have to contend against just the one. Where does he play it? Goes for the peak, does SVL, and Tem takes him out.
I almost expected that kill to happen. People have been killing folks through smokes all night. Really thought that was going to happen here. Not the case. SpotUp 5 strong. Spike far away, but a lot of push into A site. Spike rushing towards the site as well, though. 2 still defending on B. So it's a 5-on-3 scenario here at A site. Recon Bolt going to be destroyed, and Kenny just trying to fire nonsense into the opposing team, trying to get a bead on where they are. Buddy starts us off, gets the kill, and the spike has to be close behind. Planted. No. Planted.
Yeah, it's a 2v5 retake here, and tNt are going to go ahead and give up a 4th round, barring any crazy shenanigans here. Now, Core HH getting finished off, SpotUp, finally able to have a little bit more presence over at mid and using that connector well for the continual A push. And so they finally figured it out, but again, it took them so long. It took them 7 rounds in a row before they were able to get that down pat. And tNt did some major damage on the defensive end there.
They certainly changed it around. And I think that's the key there is adaptation. You've got to be changing it up. If you're not, then you're going to be walking into the same wall, sometimes literally, if you're up against the right stage. SpotUp going to be spread out, and tNt looking for the A site push. Worth noting, SpotUp playing extremely close to the barriers, so they want to be aggressive. I love this guy. Can't get up there. Trying, but can't. 5-on-3 if tNt push in right now.
And they're pushed right up against the entrance there, so this should be a full commit out for them. So there we go. Here goes the take.
And raining from the front and the arrows to the left. Kenny and Core both able to find a kill here. tNt 4 strong. And SpotUp getting shot up. tNt
Spike planted.
Spike on down here. Nothing to save, so expect an on push. SpotUp, despite having 2 members. One high, and the other coming from around the other side. But the Heaven player should be more notable. They've got to be making noise to be up there from the side. You get 2, but Tucker is able to finish one off. A 3v1, that's that. Attackers will do the eliminating here. 13 rounds in, 9 belong to tNt.
Cryocel's continually finding these flank angles for his squad, and that was a huge one for him, covering over Catwalk now. And tNt once again with another pistol round buy, and things are looking quite dire for SpotUp. We have to remember that this is a best of 3, and SpotUp did take the first map.
That's true. And they took the first map in, like I said, not quite dominating fashion, but they sort of ran away with it towards the end. I realistically, I just think tNt look much more practiced on this map, and this one goes to show why you do your homework, kids.
Kenny K, how that you're not allowed to do that. He got the ultimate orb, and then when a 1v2, when they had first shot, he gets a third?
Is that allowed? Is that allowed? Tam's gonna take down Cryocell with the Z. And Kenny K, looking cute, feeling cute for the Sova player here, finds the fourth. One player remains.
He wants the ace. He wants the ace.
Revealing area.
Me too. Attackers win, no ace. You hate it. You hate it. A Marshall here. Yay or nay?
I'm okay with that. The important part about that round, we didn't really talk about it, was the simple fact that he did it all with the pistol. And so they got to save a lot in their economy. So if you take a look at them, you know, they got one SMG, I believe.
Yep.
And then they've got rifles behind it. So, you know, this battle, it's going to be highly contested.
Did tNt make much noise at A? Is the question. Because they're going to rotate back around. All 5 members coalescing in mid, looking at mid, while walking across mid.
Kenny K really trying to spot out the man. There we go. Finally hunts him down with that Aldrone. So he gets a little bit of information about that. And so now it looks like they are opting to possibly make this push for a B site.
Probably not a bad idea. Walled off on the back to make sure the flank doesn't come through anytime soon. Slow orb up top. And now here comes Tem. One's already good, but Reyna with a beautiful blind. Helped out by Cryocells, who finds the kill. Core from the left. Now Cryo, still here on the right. Trying to keep people on out as Kenny K spikes in. Figment jumps on top of Core with the Goomba stomp. And 2 players left for tNt.
Well, they're able to just walk in for free there. As the spray down comes out from Bunny, it's all up to Kenny K now, though.
He's getting fired. Kenny K's gonna walk on through to get the kill. 1 player left. Kenny K, 77 HP. Has eyes. Oh, no. The other player's hurt, though. Kenny sees. Walks. Shoots. Gets the kill. That's 3 for Kenny K. Wonderfully played.
That was, honestly. The fact that he was able to slow down the defuse with the on the hunt, and the way that as soon as he realized that he wasn't on the defuse and he went for that peek and spotted him out, he just pulls back and waits an additional 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds there. And honestly, that decision is basically what just won the round. Regardless if he went down, he would have basically just won anyhow.
That's true. That's really true. I love the way you said that. A site walked on in. Kenny's just going to continue what he's been doing here. Just cutting him down time and time again. They walk into A, grab a kill, and now the rotation into the other direction from tNt. You can tell they're mad about game 1. Oh. That could have been real bad for the shotgun player.
Yeah. Kenny K kind of panicking just a little bit there as Tucker with this Bucky. The Bucky did get changed. It got a little bit nerfed. Right. But that didn't matter. He was standing still, so he hit everything. I'm surprised it took 3 shots, though.
B push. All out B push. As all out as you can be with 3 players up. Spot up. Oh, man. Yeah.
I respect it. Right? He barely missed the gate closing to try and get the boathouse with that. But now tNt are sitting on the 12th round. They're sending this to map number 3.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I mean, very rarely do we speak before things happen.
That goes there.
But I was pretty sure about a game 3 here. So
yeah, 9 rounds in a row is a tough ask. Is definitely a tough ask.
So with that in mind, of course, it's not over till it's over. tNt 1 away from winning it and sending us to a game 3. SpotUp, though, could absolutely, I'm not even being funny here, they could absolutely win the, 6, 7, 8 rounds in a row in order to, 9 rounds in a row in order to get it. It seems like an impossible number, and it's just short. It is possible, but it is kind of ridiculous with that in mind. So I'm going to ask you to put on the coach hat here as tNt look for their final push. What do you tell your team to improve going from game 2 to game 3?
I mean, it's Ascent. You just brush that off, right? And you just go next. I don't think you really need to make any kinds of adjustments. I don't think you really need to do anything. It just looks like, lack of preparation for this. And you also start off on the attack side. So if you're already lacking preparation for Ascent, this is kind of what happens.
Yeah. Got to do the homework. Owl drone going to be taken out, but it's new. This is I don't know. I'm not a nice guy. I don't really give people flack. But if I were to, it would be Ascent. Mid is still the play here for tNt. Cautiously looking towards B site.
Which is weird. This was Ascent's pick. I mean, this was SpotUp's pick, by the way. So for this map to go so one-sided for tNt is an odd one.
In that case, I'm just going to say that we're wrong, and they're just not playing. Because that is one of the beautiful things about the game. Sometimes you just can't hit your shots. tNt can. 4 up until Bunny changes that to 3 with a flank from the back end. Spike already down. Smokes out on the left-hand side. Players positioning around the right. Kenny K snapping from left to right. SpotUp with 2 players coming from either angle. Taking it slow. Fire tossed up, delaying that push even more so. And they're both going to come from the left. At the same time, one player, the Cypher, has eyes on it. Kenny K does not. SpotUp are running out of time. They got to push in. They can't do it. tNt gets it. We're going to a game 3.
Dude, when I finally looked at that, at whose map pick it was, it did not seem like this was SpotUp's map pick, as tNt just had a complete run of things here. 23, 8, and 7 for Kenny K.
So when I look at the post game stats, that's usually I'm going directly to see the guy with the big kill, the big KDA. Unfortunately, what sticks out here is straight up. I mean, the squad did not do well. SpotUp, nobody positive on their side.
Yeah, Tem, the top brag for that team, 12, 15, and 3. So definitely not good. They were not able to win very many duels. I think maybe 2 or 3 for the most part. A lot of the opening frags coming up from tNt almost every single round there. And, I honestly don't know what went quite wrong. I think there were some nice adjustments being made by SpotUp, but ultimately a little bit too little too late. And so, yeah, you just GG, go next. And not entirely too sure what our third map is, but you got to imagine that they've got something else to pull out for them.
Third map is going to be Bind. This is SpotUp's choice. tNt will get Defender. That leaves SpotUp on the offensive side this time around. Look, I'm not gonna bash these guys too much. I think SpotUp were just caught out at mid too many times. The lockdown was just so incredibly impressive. Nobody could get in. Nobody could say a word. And that really allowed that sort of snowball. And I think we're going to see that sort of thing on Ascent. I think Ascent kind of Split used to be like this, where sometimes it could just tumble salt out of control. And I think we're going to see that with games on Ascent because of how one-sided mid can be once you get your weaponry.
Yeah. I feel like, you know, we definitely didn't see enough like sniper play coming out here.
Sure.
And I think they're kind of reluctant from SpotUp to really try to play that aim battle, try to play long range battle, because they were continually just Omen smoking off mid instead of trying to take a fight, as they kept creeping up on the left-hand side there. I feel like maybe they could have just gone for the challenge, you know, have that opportunity to try to get that first initial frag. And they didn't. Instead, they try to just continually be very sneaky and sneak up onto the A side. And again, like I said, it didn't succeed up until the last few rounds there on their half.
There is something to be said about understanding your approach. Maybe this works in scrims and it just wasn't working out here. I will say, I think the as soon as they were identified, I mentioned early how tNt were able to make adjustments on the fly right away. And that has a lot to do, I think, with we saw the ability to adapt and change even when they weren't losing. Hey, we won that round, but we can improve here. That's the mentality of the winners.
Yeah.
It's up and down.
But ultimately, though, going into this one, I want to see exactly how they try and shut down CryoCells. I think CryoCells has been kind of the crux player, as we saw like KDA, right?
Yeah.
And he had many powerful rounds on both the map that they lost and then, of course, this map that they won. So he is the common denominator so far for the performance, I would say, of tNt. So SpotUp, at the very least, they need to be able to identify where he's playing and how to play around him. And of course, dealing with his flanks as well, which he's been able to do on both maps so far.
Yeah, we've seen some coordinated play, but what has been very, we call it like yesterday you were calling the college kids pub stars, right? By the way, we do collegiate every Monday here on the same channel. Those lurks were real, kind of just, that's what I do at a pub, right? Just, all right, you guys can do your thing. I'm going to be sneaky and sneak all the way around long ways. And it's been working. So you've got to shut that down. It's easily shut down. Just pay attention to the back end, but not going to be functional there. And so we wind up in a third map.
Out of charges.
Now it is going to be, it looks like, yeah, SpotUp starting off on the offensive side here. tNt, let's see how they play this. It looks like they are going to be sending the Cypher over to the A site for this. And they're going to have 3 over at B.
Fast or slow? I think they're going to go. We've seen slow for both sides every time. But I from the way they're positioning, I expect this to be kind of fast from SpotUp, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's generally been tNt that have been playing at a higher tempo, especially on the pistol rounds here, as SpotUp are honestly a lot of times looking for that pick. Wall off indicates that a lot of players are here. In fact, starts it off. Kai goes down first.
But he's trying to find a player in the octagon. Won't find it. No one there. One drone out. Now we'll send SVL pushed back a little bit inside hookah. 2 players outside and some visual, but not enough confidence in the bullets. And the fallback is good from the Reyna player, but coming up long is going to be Brimstone. 2 go down to the enemy team, and it's a 3 versus 2. Bunny on the good side, working out well from long.
Yeah, now we did have Bunny. Looks like he's going to reconnect with CryoCells here, as the rotate did come out from SpotUp. They took the teleporter, now they're on the A site. And this is why you always leave a person on the A site.
Open-ended. Oh, the shots coming on through. Nice stuff from Cryo. Again, the lurker. Again, finding the kill on the back end. Looking for the defuse. We'll get halfway. Shot up a little bit. No HP. Bunny leading the fight. Taking it. 3 kills. And we'll start game 3 off on SpotUp side.
It's an odd play, I would say, because CryoCells did his normal play where he started pushing up A through bathroom that time around. If he had made this move through short A, he might have actually caught them on the flank. Ultimately, though, Kenny K going through that port over to hookah was the big indicator for SpotUp to go ahead and just change things up. So they, took the port themselves, went all the way over to the A site, were able to get that plant. I feel like Kenny K could have also played that just a little bit differently. But the fact that tNt ended up losing a lot of duels that they honestly shouldn't have when they started off with the opening frag.
Oh, it's magic! I thought that was going to go poorly. tNt walked up long and got information of one player standing here. I thought they were going to charge and get triple peak. Instead, tNt somehow aren't surprised by the numbers and are able to turn that into an 0 for 2. So SpotUp, again, find themselves getting flanked. It was 5-on-3. Now it's 4-on-3, thanks to CryoCells and his ability to hold shift.
He's got an opportunity to at least recover a gun here, but he took a lot of damage for that. Now they're onto the side. It is SpotUp. They'll be able to get the plants, but the post position angles are still actually pretty good. One back in B hall, one over coming through, and never mind. Kenny K goes down.
That's going to be a tough one here. CryoCell's the only one alive. Does have a real weapon. Well, it's an SMG, but he's ready to go. Can't see anyone on the backside. Players hiding. Can't see but anybody in labs. Players hiding. Walks into it. Figment takes it. 2-0. SpotUp.
Some decent damage was done though. So coming into this one, it's going to be 3 SMGs along with maybe a double rifle buy for SpotUp. Or does Tem just go for the save? He does have the heavy armor.
Right here.
Decent weaponry from tNt. They're ready to go. This is the round that they've got to fight back into it. Kenny K up high. SpotUp going to go all the way towards the B site. Spike dropped. So they're going to be looking for the kills as they walk up here. All right, Spike in hand. It's a full-on B commit. Long going to be pushed up. And Core shooting through the smoke, not finding anyone, thankfully. But walks on through, waits for the smoke to dissipate, gets the kill there. Wall goes up, goes high, but is punished for showing his face. Bunny with the kill there with the trade.
Oh, and here comes the orbital strike. It actually catches out Tank, taking him out. And now SpotUp are just right onto the point. And those 8 players, again, making this rotate and having to come back in a very difficult retake situation.
It's going to be tough here, but CryoCell is able to pick off Bunny through the wall. Kenny K and Cryo here up in hookah, trying to push on through. Kenny K tosses out an explosive, won't kill anybody. Player just a little bit outside the radius. Meanwhile, from the back, Tucker, who had, I think, a total of 1 kill last game, shows up with the big flank.
Yeah, at this point, they just need to swap positions. CryoCells needs to be over at B. SpotUp were able to basically already tell from the beginning of this half that they're playing crypto over at the A site. Right. So that makes a hookah push super easy. That makes an octagon push super easy for SpotUp. The next rifle round, if they don't move Cryo over to the B site, it's kind of GG.
Gotta agree there. Right now, I don't know. SpotUp just keep pushing up B. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
They're going to try and slow it down with the Sage Slow, but that's not the tool. As you can see, Tucker just pushes up with impunity, and they've already got 2 picks. And again, the A player is just kind of left with that retake in a 2v5.
Love the accuracy there from Tem. Nice snap to put him down. Tucker going to join in on the fun as well. 1 player remains standing. Spike planted, and SpotUp. Looking so what like what happened, man?
It's the same story, not having your cipher on B. Now, of course, this was an eco round for tNt.
I mean more big picture. SpotUp couldn't buy a ticket to last game, and here they are up 4-0.
tNt just not making the adjustments. There we go. There's the adjustment that I'm talking about.
Okay.
tNt are going to go ahead and send Cryo over to the B site. Now this is where SpotUp needs to make the read. Do they continue to push over to the B site themselves? I think this is where they should know that, you know, they're probably going to see an adjustment. Never mind. So they just send him over for one tripwire. I don't like this. I think you play standard bind here, where Sage is over at the A site and Cypher plays over on B site.
I mean, I guess you need to use. He's not really using the camera at all. It's just these half smokes and the other nonsense.
Down.
Man.
Open up the sky.
All right, Buddy's gonna drop down some smokes themselves. What's up?
That was overkill. In fact, the tank got caught out in the orbital strike, and then he got finished off by the pain shells. Every ordnance just landed on top of him.
Just ow. Spike gonna go down here. SpotUp not gonna go down just yet. Yeah, this is a bonanza.
And I love this too. For SpotUp, the simple fact that they use their ultimates here to take a risk-free push onto the B site, right? They understand that it is going to be a full buy round for tNt, and as such, they let their abilities fight for them without having to take any risks, and they came up the victors in that one. They're getting that initial pick onto the Brimstone, onto one player on the B side, and then answering with one more onto SVL. That was huge for SpotUp. And so now, even though tNt saved 3 guns into the next round, SpotUp are doing big economic damage to tNt.
Yeah, fantastic play so far. 10-1 for Bunny after 5. Averaging 2 kills a round. And Tucker, who is bottom frag, 5-2 here, featuring 3 assists. Round 6 gonna start here. Middle seems to be the play. B is the intended target for SpotUp. Make no bones about it. 2 players on defense over at A, only 3 playing B. Tempo is medium fast, I'd say.
I don't even know what that tripwire does for them on the B site. I'm really confused. Now, they are going to go ahead and early rotate Cryocells over, so they have 4 people over here on the B site. Now, looks like the execute should come out any second now.
Ooh, Recon Bolt gonna find the player behind. And then all of a sudden, good Reyna. Trouble coming from Hookah, trouble coming from Long as well. The walk back. Okay. 40 seconds on the clock. If SpotUp want to go A, they've got to run. And there are people waiting for them.
Yeah, the margin for error on this execute, fairly low with 25 seconds left.
Yeah, this is an 8 Mile moment. They got 1 shot, 1 opportunity.
They hear the drone, and you see the instant reaction coming out from tNt because they know how much time is left here, and so all 3 gonna go over for this.
Shots are out, but nobody's dead just yet. Ray's over the top, misses her ultimate. Instead, gets taken down by Figment from the right-hand side. 4 players still standing on both teams. Spikes down. And now the retake attempt here. Aggressively defending the spike is Cryocells in the squad. SVL and Core both get 1. Infect joins the party as well. And it's just a lonely Sage player stuck in showers. Infect grabs it down, and the spike is defused. Defenders take the first game of the round. Excuse me, first round of the game. 1-5.
SpotUp, though, with 5 rounds in a row and minimal losses along the way, are going to have good buys for the next few. So, while tNt can be happy with that round, again, they have to do more if they want to try and slow down Spot Up here.
Right here.
See what kind of adjustments they make. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Cryo cells on the rifle round, playing over at the B site. They moved over the Reyna over to A side. And they're going to play more aggressive there at A mid because it's been continually this B push coming out from Spot Up.
Every time. It's worked 5 out of 6 times. So why not? Right? Truly, one player still over at A. One player on the rotate point. Struggling to find their way into B is Spot Up. 60 seconds or just about over. And Spot Up are struggling to find their way onto the actual site.
Yeah, they're indicating that they might just possibly back off here as they're bringing that bomb back through Banana, but they might even honestly just go for a teleport play.
Teleport play is where I would opt for. It's just real late, 30 seconds, and everybody's going to hit go. 10 falls down, 2 kills on the opposite side. And Kai and Figment are able to answer back as we watch Spot Up push in from long. Kenny K takes down 10, who is right side of the site, inside the box. Attackers go ahead and grab it. Half a dozen for Spot Up, and just 1 for tNt.
tNt, that was a huge opportunity for them on that defense. The fact that Kenny K was able to push all the way up, basically up to Hookah, but was stopped short because there was, I believe, a trap wire down. I feel like when it came down to that 30 seconds, just before that execute started, he should have just popped that. The lurk no longer mattered, honestly. And he just needed to kind of force the issue with Spot Up so that the execute wasn't as clean.
I feel that. Just like sometimes you got to hit it. Leave caution, throw it to the wind. Right on through. SVL like the win. Taking down Figment. Through the smoke again.
Nowhere to run.
So, I mean, it's kind of a meme. I'll wait till the end of the round. Tucker and Kai are able to pick 2 off, but they changed the smoke just a little bit. But nothing to do with shooting through it.
Individually, though, tNt are playing this round so much better than every single round beforehand, even the round that they won. I say that just because they're playing a little bit more confident. They were giving too much respect over on the B site. So challenging over here at Banana was a very important thing, not just for being able to, of course, win some of those duels and bring it down to a 3v3, but for the simple fact that now Spot Up have to question that a little bit going into the next B push. But here we go. They've got Hookah for free, and they're just going to go ahead and push in.
Orbital strike, locking off Octagon. Spot Up are on the site in full, spiked down. 3 players in Spot Up jerseys, defending against 3 players representing tNt. Information given as Kenny and teammate are up in Hookah. Kenny's going to push up, and the back player saw it. Buddy and Tucker combined. That's that. 7 for Spot Up. 8 in. And Spot Up look fantastic.
I said that Spot Up needed to recognize a way to try and shut down cryo cells and how to deal with them. And I guess the best way to deal with them is just to not push towards them at all. Completely avoid him. And so even though he's still the top frag for tNt, he's had no impact across this map so far. They've only got the 1 round. It's 7-1 for Spot Up, and nothing's really changing here. A 5-man stack onto the B site. There we go. That's the change up.
Can I be honest? I love it. Like, I don't hate this call. I think this is the objective right play from tNt. If I'm coach, I'm clap hands. I'm here for this.
This is going to be such a fast port play as soon as they spot this out.
So how do you gather that 5 players are stacked here? What information can you glean?
Right now, I'm looking at the Brimstone for Spot Up. He didn't push up further than I thought he would over at A short. and he's still kind of wary about the flank of cryo cells. So I guess that's the respect of cryo cells that you have to give, and for that simple reason. So instead, they're just going to walk this back and just walk onto A site.
Well, they've read the 5-man commit. Not completely. Tucker's still taking it slow. But this is a wonderful play from SpotUp.
Yeah, so just regular default play there as they go ahead and throw it on the wall, get the plants. Good read, SpotUp. You know, they even though they've been winning these rounds, they're still giving the enemy team and the opposing players respect.
Yeah, which you have to do. I mean, that's how you find yourself up 7-1 and quickly down 7-8, right? You stop doing that. You push through bathrooms real quick. You don't buy all your utility. You just gotta hit the gas. Tucker's gonna hit the opponent. All of a sudden, 3-on-1, and just like that, 8-1.
Yeah, this is just almost the ultimate clapback from SpotUp. After Ascent, they definitely had some words ready for tNt here. Now, take a look. 14-8 and 14-3-2, 8-5-3, 7-4-2. Bunny has been just stand out on their B pushes here. Now the 5-stack over at B, I'm not down with. I think honestly, just playing a little bit more forward on hookah would be better for them. You know, go for the Bucky plays something. You know, hold those angles with it.
See, I'm really down for the 5 push, but I want to make use of it. I want 5 people there, and I want 1 player egregiously aggressive.
There we go.
This way you can make use of it.
You got your wish by core.
Yeah, that's it. tNt pushes up, and all of a sudden, look how different the round looks. Because if you're gonna use the man, use the advantage. You know.
Like I said, there was too much respect over at the B site from tNt beforehand, and they do change it up. What was one of the more successful rounds when they pushed up B long and when they pushed up banana, right? And they challenged there. They were able to trade away frags. Beforehand, they were just giving away frags for free because they were trying to hold angles, and they ended up losing duels. Now they forced the issue, going for these. Now it looks like they will rotate 3 over, or they will put 3 on A, because they have been able to at least earn a little bit of respect over there at B.
Agreed. And so, you know, let me be clear. 5-stack B, not the answer all the time. SpotUp went there 7 rounds in a row. Yeah, I'm going to put 5 dudes there and push up egregiously. Now, SpotUp has to, now the floor has to be spread, right? Like that's, I like how these teams have adjusted. My question, or rather my statement is, I think tNt took a little too long to adjust. It was a great kind of pit stop, but I think SpotUp now are equipped and are just ready to go one more time.
Yeah, and this is the default to execute coming out from SpotUp. They're doing the exact same thing. We saw this a few rounds ago, but this time around, tNt have positioned better for it. They've learned their lesson for it. They're not going to die to an orbital strike early on, but it's still a free plant for SpotUp. This time around, though, tNt have a 5v5 retake. The orbital strike.
Cryo cells, Kenny, spike carrier down. tNt trying to play this big. SVL again through the smoke. Gathers the information. Player run through. Can they get him? No. What?
Well, they're just hitting their shots. They're just hitting their shots. They're going to be able to get that spike plant down now.
I got so confused. The player walked through the smoke and then we switched to Brimstone. And I was like, what? Like he walked in the teleporter and then we were on the site. I was so confused. I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry about that. But Brimstone here, not sorry about anything. 16, 5, and 2. And you know, there has been a difference here for Bunny and SpotUp. Do you know what the difference was?
Yeah.
Bunny got his pizza.
Oh.
Bunny ordered a pizza before game 2, and it wasn't there. It's arrived here in game 3, and so is Bunny.
I'm starving. damn it.
Well, you know what? This is going to be over in an hour. I'll bring you to sushi.
Are we going to go climbing as well?
You guys really got to catch our college days. They are a lot of fun. A little bit more loose. We're having fun here tonight, of course, but even a little bit more loose there. And yesterday we had a gas of a game. Another one here, though. SpotUp and tNt putting on a show. And SpotUp putting on a clinic. I love this road.
Wow.
Okay. You got to check that angle. I mean, Impact gets a little lucky there, but what I was going to say is SpotUp. I love the phrasing you used of just standard, right? Their executes are taken out of the textbook. Nice headshot there from Tucker. 4-on-2.
Bomb is down though over here, and so this round's pretty much over unless Bunny. I'm gonna bring this back down. It's a 2v3 now, and they're mollied off. The issue with this is even if they recover it, they have to commit to a B site. So yeah. I'm wondering why the Brimstone's still over at A. Oh, well, he might have had been forced to use a teleporter. So yeah, okay, actually that's what happened.
Oh, well, Tucker comes through, gets the spike. 9 seconds remaining to plant. I think you need 4 to plant, but you're right in the crosshairs. See you later. And that's the second round for tNt.
Fourth round
for tNt.
They were able to answer back. So finally found an answer for what SpotUp were doing. But the fact that SpotUp were able to do what they did at B site over and over again, it's a little bit worrisome. But now we are swapping sides. So they don't have to deal with that again. It's tNt's opportunity to, of course, have the initiative to force the issue here. Let's take a look at how SpotUp set up their defense, though. They're gonna have their Cypher over at the A site, but he's backed up by the Brim. We got Raze and Sage. I think Raze and Sage definitely can work out well over on the B site, and so I like the setup from them.
I was giggling a little bit because switching sides to offense is not usually a good thing.
But if making the defense stop is definitely a good thing.
SpotUp, though, in a great position here. I mean, they just need a cut. They need 4 rounds, and you'd rather play defense than offense on this map, particularly. Tem. One of the fancier pistols in the game. Long B is going to be the push here. There's a bunch of nonsense being shoved out onto the site. 2 players back labs. One's going to push up. Whole lot of damage being pushed out. Tucker with the shot. But in the trade out, Cryocel's feeling good as well. So 3 players left up for SpotUp. Spike in the hands of tNt. Spike planted. Cryocel's trying to get one on the back end. Trade out so far. Lonely Sova player versus 3. Tem. Where? Where do you get shot from?
An opportunity. It was just right on site. I think he was holding to his right. Yeah. So already both teams now favoring the B site. We'll see if tNt continue with that.
Just a straight up gentleman's agreement. Nobody go to A.
Yeah, that's one of the big issues with Bind is just that how hard you have to commit and anchor onto a site. A site is like I said, you can't leave it. You have to always leave one person there.
Yeah.
There.
Now, tNt though want to make an approach for A site. Okay.
No more charges left.
Trepidatious push over here by Showers. I think this map could use some Viper love. This is always where Viper, I think, was already strongest on this map. And with Fragile being added, the close quarter combat with the SMGs that you pointed out, I think it becomes very, very interesting when you're trying to push on this site, particularly through showers and such.
Yeah. Is it 100% called fragile, the debuff?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I think that's interesting, right? Because you've already got this character who's got this like dominatrix feel, and so she kind of just like instills like male fragility. And there's a message here. There's a message here.
Fragile.
Oh, Kenny K.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! They've stuck me, Scoobs.
Oh man.
Oh, shout outs to Walshy. There's a Halo moment right there. Oh man. You know, Valorant is a game that the Halo kids only play Halo. Every now and then they get enticed by COD, but other games people will bleed over. Halo kids only play Halo, but Valorant, one of the first shooters to kind of lure the Halo kids out of their corner. I was very excited to see some of my Halo friends, like competitive players, Flamesword, etc., actually sniffing around the Valorant scene. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, surprising, because was there any talk about support, controller support? They just said no aim assist, right?
Yeah, no aim assist, and I heard there was going to be controller support. I mean, there's not a lot of buttons, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think they committed to no aim assist. SpotUp needs assistance here. Just kidding. They were able to get 4 in a row and only lose 1. Here comes the last. You just see this one little dot run up showers like, what about me, guys? And just gets taken down far too late. SpotUp are looking down at 6 from 9.
Yeah, that was
nice.
Oh, I'm so glad that now the HUD is working properly, because on a scoreboard it didn't show us, which rounds were won.
Right.
Beforehand, right here, we finally have it. So thank you.
Oh, the in between the defensive attack.
Yeah. So thank you, Riot, for finally getting that working for us. It's honestly such a big thing. I really appreciate it.
It is. I didn't notice it before, and now that's all I'm looking at. I'm very excited. Again, that sounds incredibly sarcastic. It's not. I swear to God, I love UI changes.
Yeah, no, anything to make our jobs easier.
Yo, please and thank you.
Yeah.
Nobody knows where they want to go here, do they?
Interesting play, yeah. Or tNt. They haven't committed onto the B site. They were trying to glean some information over at A. It is just the Cypher by himself on A currently.
Here.
Shots up at hookah. tNt have 40 seconds now on the clock. And so they've got to commit to this B site. A site out of their hands. 5 on 4, as you said. Cypher remaining on the other side. Trade out, put 2 for 2. And so it's a 2 on 2. tNt losing the gunfight. Only 1 remains. And Kai's going to get dinked out just a little bit. The Brimstone doesn't have a heal like Kai does. So tNt, 1 player up with spike in hand, 12 seconds to plant, has to go now, but there are 2 players left. They're both standing in these back labs. Spike makes it down. Good money, good shot. 1 player left. Tank with the good peek. And that's a good round. 7 to 9. tNt coming back in it. Tactical crouch for the extras.
Really brought back here by tNt. Now they're within 2. So here, I like that. I liked what they did. They, went for the same execute that SpotUp were doing time and again, off the back of especially the Brimstone ultimate, the orbital strike, clear out a large area of B. And so on that execute, it creates, a lot less angles for you to have to check. And so they were able to really utilize that there. But it honestly came down to aim, individual aim and heroics here. Bucky play, misses the first shot. Oh,
rough stuff. Kenny and SVL, though. pop open the door. tNt. We're going to turn this into their 8th victory. Kenny's going to go up top. Going to find one. Bad shots, but it does the job. Tucker eats it. SVL waiting for the flanker. And Cryocell's waiting as well. Look at this far out lockdown. Playing so far away from the site here, Jamerson, and it pays off.
That is a massive, massive win for tNt. Simple fact that it was a flawless win there. And so now, should be at max loss round bonus for SpotUp after this. But they're investing heavily. This is where tNt can really start build momentum now that the bank of SpotUp is broken. We do have the operator, one of the first operators, right? On this map for SpotUp. Oh no. We saw it on their we saw it on the off defense, I believe, from tNt.
On the B side. So I wanted to jump in here before we got to action. Because normally I love force buys. I am almost always on the side of force buys. But tNt have won how many rounds in a row? Each player can buy, if tNt gets 5-man wiped, their team rebuys again. So SpotUp going for the force buy, I feel like it's a little bit too late. I would have liked to see them like maybe even SMGs or Bulldoggies and try and like half. Because if they lose this one, it's all uphill from here. But SpotUp have the confidence. 3-on-1. This is a good spot for them to be in at the moment.
Here we go. Nice round for SpotUp here, really slowing down the momentum finally up tNt, who looked like they were getting into the groove of things.
Well, see, that's what I was saying. They're going to rebuy again. tNt, they're not really slowed down.
But the simple fact that SpotUp weren't slowed, and so now they have another opportunity. Like I said, tNt needed to win that round. They absolutely needed to win that round, but they did a decent amount of damage as well. So again, getting the resets, very important here. A lot of ultimates online from both sides, and this is where I want to see them. I feel like both teams have kind of been a little bit stingy with their ultimate usages.
Ooh, the slight sight. Tem's able to grab that one, falls back, sends the recon drone, gets killed, has info. Taking a different look this time around. Oh, gets him again with the slight one. And the third. Tem out of control here, my friend. Information can't be had. Knows there's at least one. Gets the fourth. Lined up for the fifth, but taken down before they could scope. Tem has been fun to watch. Trying to stop this comeback. That wasn't the right call.
It was an attempt.
There was an attempt. I mean, you can't do that, buddy. The jump up, I don't. 8-11.
It's that raise mentality.
It really is.
That goes there.
So I wanted to bring this up because I know your love affair with the Bucky. So the Bucky got changed a little bit. Movement inaccuracy has been changed.
Yeah, apparently there was an oversight that if you were running with the Bucky, you had like near like perfect accuracy with the right click. With the right click, that is. They've since fixed that, but I never really used it in that situation, so it's kind of weird.
Okay.
We do have a pause. So
a brief pause for sure. The reason I bring that up is because that's in my matchmaking pugs. So that's where I hear get the Bucky and running him up mid. So. That's realistically what you want to do is you want to look for angles like in hookah where you're awful close and just kind of chill out there with the Bucky, and that's what you want to do.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, they're coming for Rays, that's for sure.
Looks like it's going to be a full 5-man push onto the A site.
Ooh, Bunny has eyes. Look at the discipline. I don't know if that's the right call, but I like it. I like to see him kind of hold that. Of course, he's going to hold that L real quick. Nice job there from SpotUp's Raze, jumping on through into Thames Sova. I like the tempo.
That's so unfortunate that she wasn't able to get the showstopper off there, because she would have traded at the very least, right?
Oh, yeah.
You will not kill my ally.
There's
But
a
she
res.
had nowhere to run.
Prepare for hellfire.
Thank you. Reyna's going to walk on site, but here comes Bunny.
Charges left.
That's a big boy res. 2 kills for the Bunster, and then able to get the defuse despite the fact that SVL was up. And SpotUp on tournament point. Should they win this one, they go on to fight next week's. That's Big Frame, or last week's winner. That's Big Frames. And they've been impressive to watch, so.
Yeah, big frames have been waiting around quite some time, by the way. We started at 4 o'clock. It's almost 6:30 here, but SpotUp looking to close this out.
You said 4 o'clock. I look at my clock. It's 9:30 because I'm on the better coast, the East Coast.
No, I'm definitely Pacific centrist over here. Tem getting blended out, has to back away from that one.
Uh-oh.
Take flight.
For the record, you do exude California energy.
I've been told that.
I don't know if that's where you are or are from, but you exude California energy for sure.
Is it my excessive use of hella and bruh?
In part, SpotUp trying to defend against tNt's B push one more time. Tucker's trying to make that a good look. One goes down on the side of the 3-letter team. Res into a death, into a death, into a death, into a death, but SpotUp do lose one. It's all up, well, to nobody. We're going on to game 2. SpotUp take it in 3 long games. Shoutouts to tNt, but there's no dynamite here. That's that.
Yeah, SpotUp just absolutely ran away with it there. That was kind of rough to watch. That was honestly, it started off as a very one-sided bind play, and then as we swapped sides, some better offensive rounds definitely, but ultimately SpotUp, tNt just struggled so much on the defense there, and I don't understand how SpotUp were able to get away with the continual B pushes time and again.
This was just a big change. I think maybe there's something to be said about tNt's game 2 was easy, man. Is there a rubber band effect with how easy game 2 was for tNt?
I don't think so. I think it was just lack of adaptation. Honestly, it felt weird. Like I said, having cryocells over at B, Cypher over on B. Over on A. Yeah, it's not weird. But when you have this continual push onto B site, you need to do something different. You need to, have better trap wires set down for the B. Like I said, if you're having trouble slowing down that push, you have a Cypher, you have a Sage. You could have just played Cypher Sage on B, and that would have done it, I think. Or play very aggressively, which we definitely saw them do later on, but play a bit more aggressively and up on Hookah instead of having way too much respect over there.
Certainly, it could be the breakdown. I think you nailed it. I think it really is kind of an understanding of the defensive kind of positioning here. Or it could have just been Bunny's Pizza.
The Bunny was on 24, 14, and 3 before all is said and done there. And honestly, his Brimstone play was great. His placements on his orbital strike 7 again. I think he was batting like 75 with that. So really good.
Yeah, fun to watch. If I could just be a fan for a quick second, what a fun game to watch. Sometimes these best of 3s can be really, really just slog on. But we had a really fast game 2, and okay. Casters love to sit up here and say, "Oh, I love the back and forth duel." Not even with the time in mind. I love a SmackDown. I want to see a team get demolished. So game 2, I was here for, Jay.
Yeah, I appreciated it. I definitely did. Yeah.
Even better to see the team that gets spanked come back and get the overall win. And that's exactly what happens. SpotUp are going to be moving on out. They've got big frames, and it's going to be big games coming up next. We'll be right back with Fight Night after this.
Sidearms provide players with the most weapon diversity in Valorant. With the weapon for all occasions, players will want to familiarize themselves with all of the choices. Today we'll be taking a look at the Shorty and the Frenzy. We'll tell you how they match up to each other, how to use them, and even when to buy them. With completely different firing methods, bullet spreads, magazine sizes, and damage output, both the Shorty and the Frenzy are in a class of their own when looking at available sidearms. The Shorty is a semi-automatic sawed-off shotgun with a large and unpredictable bullet spread, even when compared to its big brothers, the Bucky and Judge. The Frenzy, however, is a fully automatic machine pistol that follows similar patterns to SMGs and rifles, with its recoil climbing before leveling out, but this little guy works best in short 3 to 4 round bursts. Spraying an entire clip from the Frenzy may look cool, but you probably won't be rewarded for it. Like all of the other sidearms, neither of these weapons offer any kind of ADS or alternate firing method. What you see is what you get. Both weapons have varied magazine sizes. The Shorty has the smallest bullet count in the game with 12, with only 2 shells available at a time. The Frenzy is a bit more forgiving in the magazine department, having 13 in each clip for a total of 52. When comparing their rates of fire, the Shorty is one of the slower firing weapons in the game, having a fire rate of 3.3 shells per second. It's important to note that the Shorty produces 15 pellets when fired. Naturally, as the Frenzy is fully automatic, it's going to boast a significantly higher fire rate at 10 rounds per second, a pinch faster than rifles, but still lagging behind SMGs. These weapons also have wildly different damage outputs and effective ranges as well. The Shorty works best within 10 meters, and each pellet will deal 36 damage to the head, 12 to the body, and 10 to the legs. This little shotgun packs quite the punch and can one-shot anyone who gets too close. While its close range power isn't as potent as the Shorty, the Frenzy can be used a bit further away with an effective range of 20 meters. Dealing 78 damage to the head, this machine pistol can easily two-shot even a fully armored opponent. Unfortunately, with its 26 body and 22 leg damage, it's going to take at least a half a dozen shots to drop enemies with full armor. Be careful when trying to use these weapons out of their effective ranges, especially the Shorty. You'll notice very quickly how hard its damage drops off, not simply because each pellet does less damage, but because of how sporadic the spread becomes. Stick to close quarters. The Frenzy is a tad more forgiving in the ranges it can operate in. Its damage drop off beyond its golden zone of 20 meters isn't as harsh and can still secure kills, although it will require a bit more control when firing at these ranges. By now, we know these guns inside and out. But when should we expect to see them? The Shorty and Frenzy will run you 200 and 400 credits respectively, so there's no high economic commitment to pick them up. This makes them very valuable in both pistol and eco rounds. If your team is looking to play aggressive while spending as little money as possible, pick yourselves up either one of these sidearms. Once you get close enough, the Shorty will instantly kill even the most geared threats. And while the Frenzy doesn't have the precision of the Sheriff, Classic, or Ghost, it does have a much higher rate of fire, which will let you pump out as much damage as you can in the shortest amount of time. While your standard pistols are the more common choices for eco and pistol rounds, players should not make the mistake of overlooking these two weapons. Players who want to have the most success will need to familiarize themselves with all of the sidearms in Valorant. Whether you're looking for the one-shot kill power from the Shorty, or you're looking to spray your enemies down with a hail of bullets, there's a little something for everyone with these two guns. They may be small, but they're definitely mighty.
Today we'll be going over the defender side of Ascent by showing you the routes to the two sites, the basic callouts, the common spike plant locations, and the agents best suited for defending them. Let's get it. A site has way more open space than B site, which allows you to play from further angles. Defenders will want to be familiar with the entryways into A site that attackers will surely fight for. These spots are A lobby, A main, mid cubby, and A link. Now let's take a deeper look into the A site. Starting out of defender side spawn, you'll be given 3 options. 1, you can head left towards A site. 2, go straight towards mid. Or 3, move to the right, which will take you to B site. Since we're starting with A site, let's head left. You'll immediately be given 2 paths that will lead you into A site, A stairs, and A garden. Heading up A stairs will lead you both to A rafters and A window. Defending from A window gives you a higher angle on attackers that may push.
There we are, Fight Night. Allow me to introduce Jamerson.
That pause. Oh man, you got me. Oh my god.
I thought I had a different direction, but there's only one direction, so it's you.
Ever upward. Oh yeah, me. Yeah, sure. That. Sorry, I was trying to rep you guys over there on the East Coast, Excelsior and stuff.
Right? There it is. I feel it. Yeah. Hell yeah. We've got the main event coming up here. Big Frames is a team that shows up often here on Fight Night. So the way it works, if you win this week, we see you next week. And that's what happened to Big Frames. So they won last week, and now here they are one more time. CP3 has stolen the spotlight a lot of the time that we've seen them kind of perform here. He likes to play the Cypher, but sometimes switches off. CP2 this time around, and Winsome has been really successful.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember. I'm sorry. I just remember that, that we do give, their second chances. And this was, I believe, they were here for week 1, right? And they were able to finally come back and take a W and basically claim that throne for themselves on their second attempt. So great to have them back.
Randy Savage, Nerfed, and Loner will round out that team. Cryocells, Infect, Kenny Soul, and X-Core will be taking the field for tNt. So SVL is so. Okay. Makes sense. Sorry, folks. We're a community stream. So shout out in the chat. Actually, don't ever shout out in the chat if we're wrong, because we're never wrong. Big Frames and SpotUp are going to be head-to-head. It's going to be Bunny, Figment, Kai, Tem, and Tucker. That's my fault, folks. I put up the wrong graphic. Sorry, guys. Yeah, blame me.
That Tucker W, by the way. I don't know why I appreciate that so much. W.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's it's instead of, well, because the W is double V.
It's 2 times the U. Oh yeah, that's
2 times the me. Imagine if they had 2 instead of Jamerson, just me and me. That'd be awful.
F double dot. And I have no idea. I don't know.
Big Frames are, I would say they're the upper card here. That last one was questionable again, and the reason why I'm so undetermined or unsure of our newcomers here is because of how that pregame set went. Game 1 was a back and forth. Game 2, they got destroyed on Ascent, and then Game 3, they played rather well. If I can look at our maps, Heaven, Split, Ascent, so that should bode well for our newcomers, right?
Yeah, we're actually going to see Split, so that's already interesting. But
I still don't know where this is.
I'm fairly certain that's under B.
I thought it was, but look, it doesn't look like it.
I think it is.
Are you sure?
Because no other site looks like that. No other site would offer those kinds of grades and then kind of have like an indoor view. Right?
Maybe it's maybe it is Ascent. Maybe it's the middle of Ascent. No, it's Bind for sure. There's Sulong. Sealong.
Dragon kind of reminds me of you watched Double Dragon, right? The cartoon?
Yes.
Their masks.
I see that. It makes me think Ao Guang. That's probably who it is. It's probably Ao Guang. See, I mean this. So you're talking underneath where you have the metal grate, right?
Over at B. Over at B?
Like underneath? No.
I don't know where else it would be. No, there's no other indoors area there, so
it is under B, confirmed here. All right, okay. All right. Forever wrong.
It's okay. That's why I'm the color caster. See? Right there.
I just say bang. Hey man, I'm just a knockoff Mike Breen. Bang! Puts it in. Right? That's all I got to do here. Our players got to get ready, and that's what we are waiting on. Don't worry, it's not just me and Jamerson practicing our Type 5. But I'm already a fan. By the way, something we encourage in the chat is intelligent copy pasta. So if you are trying to root on your favorite teammate or team, and you have some funny copy pasta, spam this deer to help big frames get weird. I'm going to give you a 6 out of 10.
Yeah, the metering is a little bit off. I appreciate because we never really get to see deer used for the spam, right? But the metering is definitely off.
Yeah, I need to see a little bit more of an understanding of the flow there. But I like the deer. I'm a fan of woodland creatures. Deer, elk, owls, other small mammals you might find in the tree brush. So there's that.
Like, I think what they could have done is like maybe spam this Christmas deer, but that's still like one syllable off. So the metering is still a little awkward, right?
I think you have made it worse, actually.
Spam this red-nosed reindeer to help big frame get weird. Nah, it's still weird. I don't know. That's the only thing that's weird, actually, at this point, that I'm still trying to do this and make this work. It's not going to work.
Spam this Rudolph to get more to okay, I don't have a word that rhymes. Did anything rhyme with Rudolph? Did I really walk myself? I don't think anything rhymes with Rudolph.
Also, generally, isn't the subject supposed to be rhymed with? I forget.
That's irrelevant.
No, that's generally how that spam works. Like, you're supposed to rhyme with the subject of whomever you're rooting for, right? So if you're rooting for big frame, you need to find the spam this blank to support blank. Right? It would be big frame.
So what you do is, I guess you just have the reindeer head, and you say,
or like a crane. Spam this crane.
Spam this brain
to help big frame. If there is there a crane emoji? I didn't discover emojis, but I applied myself to learning emojis only about 3 years ago. So it's still a vocabulary that's kind of alien to me.
We'll see. There's another one that I think is funny. SpotUp here. The newcomers. Tem up on top. We'll see if you can stay there once the game actually begins. Winsome going to be playing on the Phoenix. SpotUp, a very familiar lineup here. Tucker on the Rays. But big frames, they're going to be bringing CP2 on the Sova, Randy Savage on the cameraman, Winsome on the fire guy. Turn Up Too Easy will be playing our Sage. And then a Lonely Brimstone here on the side of big frames. They're all located around mid, likely going to be playing mid for a pick. And they want to go. But for now, cricket noises.
Cricket noises, indeed.
I think when it comes to these pistol rounds, we want to look for the aggressive plays for sure. We've seen a couple of teams kind of take it slowly, and I don't think that's the case that I really want to watch this time around. Being aggressive there seems to be the right do.
SpotUp starting off strong though. There we go. 1v4. Big frame. They're not going to be able to do it. SpotUp gets that first round.
Big turnaround here. Big frames, I assumed would be the top card, but SpotUp certainly warm. And I ask this one occasionally. Would you rather be the team coming in off of the best of 3, practice, oiled up, ready to go? Or would you rather be the team watching, downloading the enemy squad, and chilling out, stepping in for your best of 3 later, a la Big Frames?
It was, a 3-rounder for SpotUp. But I think I take, coming in as like the warmed up team. Fresh can be so difficult, especially in a shooter where you need to have your aim on. And, 2-3 hours into it, that's when your aim really is feeling on point.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. I think it varies from game to game. Like if you're playing, like you said, a shooter, if you're playing CS or Valorant here, I think I'd rather have that best of 3 warm up, especially with how quickly game 2 went, because you're not playing too long. Some other situations, if I'm playing chess, maybe I just want to chill. You know what I mean?
Ooh, Bunny, got the molly.
That was a beautiful spot. Tucker and Bunny going to combine there for that one. Tem comes off the top. Flawless victory. SpotUp with the Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, back when I really took Overwatch seriously and I played it like 8 hours a day, I understood that I couldn't warm up in training or anything for my aim. That I just had to play. Yeah. Because it would generally take me about an hour and a half into playing before my aim actually felt on, and I wasn't on a main, so it was very important for my my aim to be on. So I just had to play. I just went straight into ranked. I didn't even play quick play. I would just go straight into ranked because it would take that long, and I figure my aim would get better faster if I continued to do this. No, that was never the case. It always took me like about an hour and a half to feel on.
Big Frames feels on right now. Good walk up from SpotUp, though. I like the turnaround here, recognizing that Big Frames are playing relatively slow. And then taking advantage of it, knowing that this is going to be the round that they, SpotUp, will be running into perhaps evenly matched weaponry in this 3rd round. Spike goes down. SpotUp looking cute, feeling cute. Tucker tosses one over the wall. Randy Savage eats the dirt. And Figment on the long flank.
Ooh, nice one by Winsome there. Again, it's a 2v3.
Oh, not okay.
CP2.
Not okay. Knows where the 3rd is, just like that. Big Frames patiently wait for a round to explode on. Great job there. 3 kills for CP2. CP2 and Winsome really have kind of elevated themselves to be these superstars of the fight night. If I could be honest, like real talk, when doing these weekly tournaments can be, you don't always get to learn and know everybody. CP2 and Winsome and the rest of the squad for sure, but these guys have really become superstars for me. I really look forward to watching them play.
How are you going to just like brush on past that 50 Cent call out and, not even allow me an opportunity to react? That's not fair, man. It's not fair.
I'm glad you noticed. Shouts to New York.
We're getting a lot of New York call out today. All right. Nice mid presence coming out, though, as they're trying to push into garage, but Tem just shuts that down.
Shock dart! Recon dart! Oh, man, 2 in a row. Trade out for 2 by Turnup. Nice recovery there from Big Frames, although they do lose the long battle. Kai takes down the top frag for Big Frames. 3-on-1. Turnup. Trying to make this one happen. I'm from New York. I live in Atlanta. Turnup right now. Turnup. That's the Atlanta call. Turnup trying to do it from my adopted city. Can't make it happen. Kai gets 2 kills this round off the sniper.
So good bounce back from SpotUp there after losing that rifle round. And they'll be able to hold on to that operator, which is huge for this here. Looks like Kai's going to be playing it over at C long. And we'll see if Big Frames try to go for that peak on it. It is just a eco round for them. So I kind of want to see them group up into, I don't know, maybe make a push for straight up to B through window. We'll see what they do.
I'm here for it. Shout out to the Bleachers who are coming out with a number of copy pastas. A little bit too hard on that recon dart. Not much information gathered. Sage at C, 3 at B, 2 at A. Rotations coming in as Big Frames have busted onto the scene. Figment and Tucker take down 2. 3 players up to defend the spike. It's not even down. And here's information from Tam. Tucker again. 3 for the Rays main. And Tem turns around, takes down the copycat Sova 4-1.
Yeah, that was just a standard execute, of course, onto the B site there. Wall off to the right-hand side with the Sage and go on. And so SpotUp, we're just able to bide their time, right? And they had the right ultimates to really work with it. Committing the Sova ultimate into that was proper play there. Again, taking little risks, being able to win that out. And, of course, just not losing the anti-eco here. Now, we do have a response by CP2. He's going to be picking up the operator coming into this one. And now where does he play with it, though?
I'm not sure. Oh, okay. Hey, this... That's not what you want to see. Just the aggressive jump in. That, I mean, can I call that the hard read? Because there's 2 spots you're going to take your op. You're going to take it long A or long C. And, you know, you just flip the coin. You jump out there with your rifle and you go, hey, if they're looking at long A, that's I'm going to take them down.
They do res, though, and we're able to find a pick off the back of that one. So now it's a 5-4. I don't know if it was a read. I think it might have just kind of been, you know, making that play that a lot of players do over at short A, and it was just fortune for them. Now things are looking a little weird. Oh, Kai!
Coming alive here. Nerf walks up and takes him down. Big Frames, 3 players strong. Spike on site. Big push up from SpotUp. Love the aggression here. Not giving the players a chance to work with their time. 2 players on offense still have yet to put the spike down. Of course, Caster's curse. And now 2 players defending said spike as the other 2 are looking to burst on. Shoots through garage wall. 1 player close. 1 player medium. Oh, the pickoffs. And Bunny with the pizza gets the defuse.
Yeah, I feel like that might have been an opportunity for the Sage to actually go for the peak. He was already low, so he would have been a really good bait for the secondary player there. But instead, he just goes down without really offering much. There was a little bit of a trade, but again, I think with that peak would have forced out a much stronger reaction, and so the spray could have been there for them to clutch that one out. So now that's going to be SpotUp's 5th round on the board, and it looks like quite possibly a force-up coming out from Big Frames.
Tem trying to figure out where he's going to go with his recon. It's going to be mid. Why would he expect the mid push here, Jamerson? Is there something specific about this round in particular, economy-wise?
That's what they did last time on their last pistol round, where they made that B play. This time around, it's going to be more of a garage play. Tem stands his ground in that molly, in that fire. Actually gets that kill onto Winsome.
Love it. Dig your heels in. Nerf going to pop with the fire up top just in case Tem's still waiting. Tem, however, has fallen all the way back and is rotating towards C just in case. Does have an angle here for this inevitable push-up. Oh, turns his head. Also turns his body, and that's a good thing. As the Sheriff is on the money. 2 on the right, 1 on the left.
Nowhere to run.
Nice shots from Figment. Able to win the battle there. And CP2. So impressive to watch on the Sova, but walks too far up and gets taken on down. Round number 7 goes to SpotUp, and they're up 6-1.
Yeah, there really wasn't much for him to be able to do. Bomb was basically in a unrecoverable position. But now here we go with the operator for CP2. Yeah, we'll see if he decides to try and take that long again. He's already in position for it. But this time around, look at how wary he is. He's already holding the angle.
He's like, please somebody help me. I like this approach though. CP2
This might work. Oh no.
Just jumps on down.
Oh,
just in case.
He heard them, so he just backs off.
Okay. All the way back, or not quite. Tucker's gonna walk on up. Teammate can fall back. He won't.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Nice job so far from SpotUp, trying to take down big frames. One player up high gets caught in the crossfires. Turn up. Bunny gets the kill, but Figment with the assist. Information. That player falling on back. CP2 op in hand. Save it. I mean, there's 50 seconds left. You got a whole team. It's tough to make the call to save 3v5, but it's an op. You know?
Yeah. Bomb down. There's no chance.
Yeah.
They get this.
No charges left.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is why we play first to 13, right? Like, you don't go for this round. You just chill. You wait for the exits. When some gets spotted, now he's gonna have to play aggressively. Have to is a big term. Opting to. Yeah. Walk away, dog.
Just walk away. Just walk away.
There it is.
Surprised that he's able to hold on to this operator here on 9 HP. It's going to help them into this next round. It still makes them a threat. Randy Savage.
You'll love to see that one. Were you ever into wrestling?
Oh, yeah. Of course.
Well, what's Randy Savage's move? It's not the Swanton Bomb, right?
No, Swanton Bomb was Jeff Hardy. Man, well, I can't remember what Randy Savage did. Oh,
he was a macho man.
He definitely was. He definitely was, brother.
Brother.
I mean, this was like 25 years ago when I was watching. So,
woof.
Yeah.
One more time looking for this underground angle. Kai up high. Puts Winsome in the ground. We have started off these rounds often 5-on-4 because of a great sniper shot from either side. Not even always on SpotUp, who have been winning consistently. Sometimes Big Frames is the one to get the pick here. And it's been really impressive.
He spots out too with that drone in this round. So already, like you mentioned, getting that sniper initial pick and then getting scouted over at mid. So they will be able to respond. They've got one on either side of B, as it is all indications, 3 members ready to get onto the site right now.
Overcautious.
No charges left.
Takes out a player to the left.
No charges left.
Could have been on the site. Could have, should have, would have, of course. Easier said than done. That's the pain of having the view of everybody else. You're like, walk in! But there's no way to know how open B-side has been. Kai resists Tem. And we're almost back on even footing, 4-on-5. Big Frame still trying to push.
Yeah, Kai changing up the position, but CP2 finally able to win out that duel. Gets 2 in a row. As the spike will go down now, and it looks like Big Frames might finally have an opportunity to get a second round on the board.
One player still up. Randy Savage going to be rezzed. Player walks past the crosshair of CP2. CP2 doesn't know that they're going to come from the left side. I think you can tell from the crosshair placement, he's kind of expecting them to show up from the other side. What a great angle. The shots from Bunny are better. And Bunny's on site. Going to smoke out long. But there's the player up close and personal. Turn up. Big Frames grabs number 2.
The economy's still super strong for SpotUp, especially with how many rounds that they were able to string together. 5 in a row there. So no second thought about getting another operator into play. Tem will be bought for as well. As now Big Frames with with 3 rounds left in the half, they need to really string these together.
Again, maps generally expected to be defensive sided, so it's not a big deal if you aren't perfectly 6-6 at the end of the half. With that said, 2 rounds is probably too little. A lot of utility garage. Tem trusts himself. Takes down Winsome.
Deploying drone.
SpotUp feeling good one more time. They have the numbers advantage. Drone gets shot out. That's one of the most fun things to do as Sova. Get info and shoot through the smoke while you have your like wall hacks on.
Yeah.
That's so much fun. All right. Okay. I like this slow flank up here. CP2. Just looking for anything. The spike should commit. Trouble. Now here. Oh, what a great orbital strike. That's going to be problematic. 4 players still up as Big Frames continues to find kills, but a trade out. And then 1. 2 players on the offensive side and just 1 to play defense. It's Sage all the way from C. And so by the time she gets here, she won't have all the time in the world. Plus, it's a 1v2, Jamerson. This is going to be tough.
Yeah, now they don't have the heal quite yet. So, you know, the Sage turn up here is 2-shot to the body. But it doesn't matter. Turn up, hits the head, takes him out. So a 3rd round for Big Frames. And this is where economic damage is going to be crucial here. Never mind, actually, they have a little bit more than I thought they did for the spot up. It's not the greatest, right? As we're seeing, Kai is going to be broke after this, along with Tucker.
Right.
And this is where if Big Frames can win it, they'll be able to probably get another round on the board, get that 5th round. This is crucial for them to win.
Hoping for it.
Smoke's down.
SpotUp, on the other hand, should they wind up here with 8-3? I mean, this could even be a 9-3 half for them. They've been playing very, very well. Tucker, just like that, guesses the corner, picks off Randy Savage. That's probably the biggest difference between this and some of the other tack shooters out there. Is if you play things right and you get your abilities and your ultimates and such, you can just auto win these rounds. Just like that. Turn up is doing what his name says. But it's a 4-4, and we're even now.
Yeah, they're off site. They can play for window as CP2 finds a pick onto Kai. And they're all just going to have to approach from the same angle here. We do have one in the back site, though.
Interesting. Fake diffuse. Looking out to the left, won't find it. Fire going out. Orbital strike coming out as well. Just waiting. Was that a team kill?
Yes.
Why did that happen? It's a giant orbital strike. Move.
Yeah, I'm not entirely too sure.
I'm so. What are you? That was. Oh,
but
no.
They got the round win. They got the round win.
Is it? Oh, no. Nerf gets killed by the bomb. Is there a bike emoji?
What is going on? There's definitely a clown emoji.
That was. Oh, Jamerson.
I'm sorry.
The Archer Wilde Award for wit goes to Jamerson there. That was fast. I like that.
Yeah.
What did he say? Spam this spike to get out of orbital strike. Come on, man.
There you go.
Oh, that's a come on, bruh. But they do get the round. 7-4 for Big Frames. I wish I could say things were looking good for them.
Yeah, there's a full buy as well for SpotUp here, and so Big Frames, you know, still have to give maximum effort for this round if they want to have a 7-5 half.
All right, a little bit of help coming through the smoke, trying to gather that intel. I get so excited seeing the health bars, like thinking she's going to get them. Kai's been playing out of their minds, though, in all honesty. Frequently using the wall to pop up these odd angles, and the command of the sniper has been very impressive.
He has been able to, and I like how they're adjusting where he's playing with it. You know, we see him on the C site, playing over at mid. Oh, we got to spot him out. Nice. Get that spray down. The Sova coming up huge.
Nice plays so far, but Turnip still here. Easy for Turnip. Big Frame's going to res their homie. A 4-on-4 remains. Spike down over on the west side. Give me a corpse. All the info here for Figment. All right. 2 kills for Big Frames, and Bunny's going to find one. A third goes to the red team, however. 1 player up for Spot, and they're down, baby. 7-5.
Great recovery by Big Frames there on what was looking like a very, very bad half, but being able to get those 4 in a row at the end, that was huge for them. And, you know, it wasn't an easy task either, just because the economy of SpotUp was actually very, very good, and they were able to basically buy to every single round of that 4-round run. So great effort by Big Frames for really sticking through this.
It's been quite a wild ride for Big Frames. Like you said, I mean, trying to stick to it, you could easily kind of opt to
Phoenix up.
It's easy to just lose it here. It's a best of 3. You know, you're down 7-2. Fighting these rounds back have been very important. And we're gonna start our second pistol round off with an easy headshot. 4 players on SpotUp trying to push on in. Only 3 now after 2 kills. Finally, SpotUp answers it, but it's answered again. 4-2. Uh-oh. SpotUp, though, getting hot here when it matters the most. A flash in the pan. And that's it. SpotUp lose. It's 7-6.
Now, of course, that pistol round is going to be huge. This is the opportunity for Big Frames to tie it all up, bring it to 7-7. Let's take a look at how they invest into this. Turnup with a Bulldog buy early on.
Ooh, the Bulldoggy. You and I've discussed this one. The Bulldog, I find, works better on defense. And I'll give you my thesis why. The burst is really nice, and the automatic is less nice, but still good enough. But when you're zoomed in, trying to take that and then zoom out from ADS and try to follow up, that can be really haphazard. And so I find I like it when I'm holding the position better than pushing in.
Yeah, if you're holding an angle, it's so much easier to hit that triple heady on the burst with that. So I love the Bulldog. I honestly do.
Yeah, you were talking about it the other day right here. Maybe 2 for blue, 1 for red. That's a nice trade out. So it's a 3v3. A-site the target. Another shot for the SMGs, and SpotUp saying SMGGs. It's tied at 7 when previously SpotUp found themselves up 5+ rounds. A tie is not where they want to be.
This is the round that they could at least get the rivals in. So we'll see exactly how long they can string this together. Again, it's a difficult place to be in for Big Frames here. Is they're finally catching some momentum, right? This is 6 rounds in a row for them here, but now they're coming into this undergunned.
Could be rough. Ooh, that's a nice recon dart. No information gathered, but a couple of our recon darts have been oopsed. So I do like this change up just a little bit. A site one more time, the focus from the offensive team, SpotUp. Big Frames trying to make their rotation. Ray is going to be aggressive, pops up, finds no one above the smoke, still fires into the back line, nobody going to be there. All of a sudden, the slight rotation is here, and it's a trade out as SpotUp tries to burst onto the scene. Winsom's going to get the high ground up in heaven, and the teammate on the bottom ground picks up the rotation over at B site. Bomb down. Winsome firing out the actual bottom. No idea that there's a player on the right side, and that's what inevitably spells his demise. Nice trades. Red still up. It's CP2 versus the world, and down he goes. Another one. 3, if I'm not mistaken there for Sage. In the round, SpotUp trying to re-grab their footing.
And there we go. That same issue, right? Not being able to come in with a full equal footing in terms of the firepower there, despite taking the 2 rounds, the first 2 rounds of this half. Operator versus the Marshal. We'll see who wins out in this duel.
Probably the op. Probably the op. We'll see if that's the case. Pistols here. Big frames, little guns. SpotUp. Slowly. Last round, big frames pushed up at C-Long. And I guess SpotUp are just trying to see if that'll happen again. But big frames, with all the discipline in the world, not going to be looking for that at all. Players at B. Not going to find anybody. I've noticed that the Sova player loves to fly the drone close to the ground.
I'm not entirely too sure why that is. I honestly don't even like using the owl drone. It makes me, yeah, the controls just feel weird for it. It might also be just to try and catch the, what is it? The trapwire.
Oh, that's a big deal. Also, most players are going to be crosshair, like placing their crosshair in the middle. Maybe you get an extra split second that way. Spike going to be planted here on the A site. SpotUp very healthy. Big frames down 1. Big flash coming out from Phoenix. Winsome going to burst onto the site. Looks to the right. 1, 2, 3, 4. 10 with 3 of them. Kai combines. It's 9-7.
Out of charges.
Going into this round, though, of course, much more equal footing. We've got the rifles, we've got the operator, and so big frames have an opportunity to try and bring this one back. Let's see exactly. It looks like we're going to split things up just a bit differently here, as there might be an aggressive push over at A shorts.
The push up from C-Long, not going to happen again. All right. Here's the raise up one more time. Big explosions, in all honesty. Raise. So much fun to watch when she's played aggressively like that. Big frame's going to, one more time, have to look for a retake, down a player.
Yeah, it's planted for long, and they've all backed away towards it as well. And so this is going to be difficult. I don't know if the incendiary was used by SpotUp, but of course, you know, these lineups have been perfected. Smoke's coming down now. There it is. The first Molotov comes out.
Left side action. Trouble. Expecting garage. Not going to be there. Players largely coming up mid-strike. Oh, thank goodness.
Yeah, you just pulled off this at this point. Enough time bought. The Molotov along with that orbital strike made sure that they could not get the defuse there. And so that's going to be SpotUp taking the win. Luckily for big frames, though, you know, 4 people were able to retain their guns. So it'll be a little bit of force up from the fifth player, but it's still a good round for them to try and fight back. Another opportunity for them.
I'm really a big fan of the way these teams in general have been playing, but SpotUp, I think one of their most impressive players has been Kai, who is sitting at a very humble 12-9. Not the top frag, not the flashiest player, but these kills that Kai has been coming up with have been so important every time. He's not just getting a pick here or there. He's opening up these situations, and when we repeatedly see big frames trying to retake down a man, it's usually Kai's fault. Underground being swept. So A site is going to be where the onslaught happens. Sova tries. Nothing doing. A side's still going to be the target.
This is going to be a nice angle for Winsome here as Molotov comes out and he's able to peek off of that one. Taking one down.
Big frames. Still hanging out. Nerfed. Thinking about it.
Will not kill my allies.
Res for spot up. And down comes, that's orbital strike, right? I believe so, yeah. No more ult. So Big Frames tosses out the big guns. Not going to be able to find anybody off of it. 5-on-4 here for Big Frames versus Spot Up. And a beautiful shot from CP2. Can't find the secondary. Does find the follow-up to the follow-up. And the third! Can he find number 4? Can't have eyes, can't have bullets either, but the teammate's there. And a beautiful round from CP2, setting up his team for the victory.
Yeah, 10-8 now. Spot Up, though, still have money to work with, and so Big Frames, nice little moment of reprieve for them, keeping it a little bit closer here.
Thank you.
Gun situation looks good. CP2 going to be given a rifle. That's a nice look here. So again, Kai, or excuse me, CP2 with this aggressive angle here. Meanwhile, coming from down below, that's going to be one kill for Big Frames as they get antsy and start pushing up from their defensive position. I don't know if I like that call to kill the bot, but Winsome is going to go all the way in, run past the nonsense, the fire nade, and just get taken out. Raise up in mid. Only there was someone waiting there.
Take flight.
4-on-4 push towards A. And players going to be caught in between bomb sites A and B. One flank coming up from the south side. Got to be aware of that one. For the plant is going to be at B site. And Big Frames pushing onto beta.
Yeah, getting slowed down by that Sage Orb made it very difficult for them to really want to heavily contest and maybe make for that 8th push. But, oh, that's a nice pick off there.
One through the smoke. One around the smoke. Recon Dart going to find the target. CP2, one through the wall, firing on all cylinders. Sova v Sova, left side with the arrow out. And Spot Up gets themselves to number 11. Two more for Spot Up to go ahead and take this one. A lot of it has been brought to him by Kai. Tem, of course, the spotlight player on this squad, I think. So he's certainly been looking good so far. Blackjack for the team leader on Spot Up. CP2, on the other hand, playing aggressively with the op again. Just walk up and put it down.
That, I want to say that was brave, but that was honestly a very measured peek coming out from him. He sees, he has that window where the door is being spammed at. And
right.
You know that the accuracy is gone because they are just holding down left click. So he's able to go for that peek with very, very little worries.
Spikes still hang back. Spot Up are down one, and so they've got to be extra cautious. Big Frames doing here what Kai was doing for Spot Up a number of times. Just starting off the round at a disadvantage. Turnups, able to block off with a wall, and so that'll slow down things a little bit as well. C site on the minds of SpotUp. Trying to give thought. Pushing in over here. One player on the back end, one player side connector. And so 2 angles here for SpotUp, but neither of these players have been caught. 3 still on here, and SpotUp finally making themselves known. Big Frames are still in position to take advantage, but they're waiting for their teammates to show up, and I like that call. 3 players making the rotation. Waiting for the player to come around from that connector. Good vision. And now we're in garage. Take it down. That's the 3rd for that player. And on the back end finds the 4th. Beautiful shot. 1 away from game point.
Big Frames just not able to get anything going here. On the defense, SpotUp just... I wish I could pinpoint what's going wrong for Big Frames, because they're getting some great plays, right? We're seeing the initial frags being started off by them in a number of these rounds, but then the rounds somehow get away from them here. So SpotUp now, they're sitting on map point. They have 4 opportunities to just close this out here. Kai with the operator over at mid window might not like what he sees on the other side, and it's got like some crazy spidey sense here. 3 members pushing all the way up.
Aggressive, to say the least. Big Frames. A conscious. 1 player at C, B left generally unattended. Of course, B the easiest to collapse on. But Big Frames have certainly read that SpotUp want to go towards Alpha. Certainly have lopsided their defensive shift to that side of the map. And SpotUp are committed to Alpha. They're going to be walking up here on long. Firewall set up. Nice job. And Ray's trying to go over the top. Tries to shoot behind. 1 for 1. And the answer back, it's all red, baby. 3 kills for Bunny. Looking cute, feeling cute. He's going to bunny hop across. Find himself on the safe side. Spike down, Jamerson. And there's only 1 left here for Big Frames to play D. It's all up to CP2. I just don't. Oh, man. What an uphill battle.
If he had the on the hunt available, I would say there's an opportunity. But there it is. SpotUp. Close that out. It's a little rough going to the beginning, but they will be able to finally secure it 13-8.
Nice job, man. Haven goes the direction of the newcomers. SpotUp grab this one. 13-8, as you said. And a nice look here for sure. Tam coming out on top, as I said. The spotlight player being the top frag. Certainly not a surprise here. Bunny and Kai, I think, were my 2 notable supporters for sure. Across the way on the red squad for Big Frames, excuse me. I mean, this team... everybody seemed to share the load. I think I want to see a little bit more out of Randy Savage, but I liked more than I didn't like.
No, I agree. Again, we can't always expect, of course, our Cypher players to show up big at this point. But I think, like you had said, it was a very, very even distribution of fragging coming out from them. So that did contribute a lot to it. So again, how do you shut down a team when everyone is contributing to their success?
That's the question you got to ask, because earlier when we were watching the first one, when we went into game number 2, we said, how do they adjust? You were like, well, there's one guy kind of doing what he's doing. Shut that player down and we can kind of move on. There are multiple players on this squad that Big Frames have to worry about. And so with that in mind, I mean, you've got to really just keep that in the back of your head. It's not just find out where the Cyphers play, cut them down, and then the rest are on our level. You've got to really make these rotations and make it happen.
Yeah, I completely agree. Now, Haven, though, it is a little bit of a different taste, right? And I kind of expected, it to go a bit more back and forth. I didn't think it was going to be as that one-sided there. But Split here, this is going to be a different taste as well. I mean, we don't get to see Split often, and there are the changes.
Should be a fun look here. Again, like you said, changes for Split. When it comes down to it, some of the maps have seen a little bit more Split just has one. It's that defender side spawn. And essentially what Riot wanted to do with this recent update was they wanted to peel back a bit on the amount of locations that require ability usage, thorough angle checking, or teamwork to clear safely. And so what that translates to is it's easier to play for sure. But really what you're looking for here with the defender side spawn is that you don't have to be so cautious when you're trying to deal with that angle for the full flank coming around. So you just got to watch out for a little bit more of a wide spot, and that'll make that flank a little bit easier to avoid getting stuck up on, I should say.
Yeah, a lot of these sites, are very one-dimensional in how they execute to work for the offense if they don't have mid control. And even then, with mid control, it's still just as almost one-dimensional. So offense kind of can get hamstrung really easily. So it really does come down to the entry fraggers for the offense to come up with some incredible, miraculous plays on the offense.
That's what I'm expecting. I want to see some fun stuff here. This is a map that we don't normally get to see. Split is usually relegated for that fourth map. We don't do best of fives, so we just don't see it. A lot of people just don't like this map. So I as a caster, just give me Split. Something different. Some one-way smoke spots when you're looking at the ramp towards that A side over there. B side's a much different story, and rotations here are a little bit harder than they are on some of the other maps. And so a lot of what we saw in our earlier games is going to be a little bit different here because there's not so much back and forth. You're going to have to really commit to a site more so than on the other maps.
Yeah. So at this point, I don't know what to expect. We don't get to see Split often, and I'm not entirely too sure if we got to see Split out of our returning team. Why am I blanking on their name? We were just talking about them.
Big Frames.
Big Frames. There we go.
Here's the question. Are they referring to frame data or glasses?
We're gamers, so
do they
it
have
could be
big,
either.
Do they have big gunners? Like they got big, just big frames? Or do they have like a picture with a big frame? Is that, maybe there's that?
I didn't know that people actually still had framed photographs. I'll be honest. With the advent of like digital cameras.
This is my mommy and my daddy.
Oh,
I keep it framed. I also have a framed picture of my doggy over there, but it's very big. It's very big. By the way, if you're just joining us, welcome to Fight Night. We're having a little bit of fun because that's what we do here. Every Tuesday, we throw it down with 2 best of 3s. The first one, 2 rando teams show up, and they fight for the right to face off against the Fight Night. I need a title here. The Fight Night Fantastic. That will work. We'll lab it. But anyway, if you win, you stay on the table, just like old-fashioned rules. Like you're at the arcade, you're at the house party, you win, you stay here. It ain't no thing. That said, Big Frames gonna have to look at SpotUp and try and defend their, spot up. They got to defend their SpotUp. Big Frames, should they lose here, that's it, the end of the tournament, and SpotUp are the ones that are going to be returning. Round 1, we start off on even keel. Pistols abound. SpotUp going to be located on the right side. This is me, the crazy ADD 1-6 player, just spamming Q over and over again. First shot's going to be over here on the right side of the map, the east side of the map, the A site of the map. Big Frames will be taken down at first. SpotUp now with this information, looking for it. And Big Frames pushing, spike in hand. 2 players down already, but it's a 3-on-2. SpotUp can't handle it. And the spike being pushed all the way in the corner. Rotation coming out. And SpotUp a little bit far away. 1 up top, 1 below. There's a little bit of disorientation, but it's all good. Attackers take it down. 1-0. Big Frames starting this one off very differently than game number 1.
That's pretty important, especially here on the first offensive round and the first pistol round here. Getting those early rounds, especially as the attacker here on split, can really set the pace here. Bulldog coming up for turn up, and the rest is going to be SMGs. I'd be surprised if they committed any more into this right now, as they really do want to try to get as many rifles into the third round as possible.
A site to B site, swapping it on up. Big frames went big hard into A. Now they're gonna push it to B relatively strongly, but still leave the spike at home. Now picked up, one in mid, looking for the push onto the B site, one taken down on the floor. Heaven gonna be empty. Winsome pushing out onto the backside, and we'll wait here for the flank. Spike goes down, 2 players looking to retake, 5 players strong for big frames.
Ooh, Bunny does find one, though. That's on to Winsome. That's not the person you want to find, especially when you're just in a classic versus class, or excuse me, ghost versus ghost duel. You definitely wanted to upgrade something to try and go for this retake, but yeah, he's just left on his lonesome at this point, so he's going to have to try to find some sort of exit frag here in Heaven.
Nice job. Bunny from all the way up top takes down one of the better fraggers on big frames. Oh, the shot as well. 5 HP and a dream. Bunny, if he jumps, he dies. Falls down. Good job. Going for the defuse. Sticking is one plan. Turning around is the other. And that's that.
Yeah, I think the likelihood of being able to win that was very low. So for him to try to go for at least getting the one last exit frag there was huge for him. Just for the simple fact that it was a 1v2, right? Chances were that he was going to get double peaked and he was going to go down anyway. Might as well go down on your own terms and try to take one with you.
I feel that. Yeah, I feel that for sure. One more time. Going to mention that third round situation. Big frames have won the last 2, and SpotUp, well, that means they've lost. That said, it also means that they're ready to bang as far as weaponry is concerned. They've saved up after the past 2 rounds of losing, and they're ready to fight on equal footing, theoretically. Big frames, since they've won, haven't sold their guns, so big frames might be holding submachine guns into assault rifles still. So this is one of those moments where SpotUp can really make a difference here. But they're taking it slowly. 1:05 on the clock. Spike all the way home. Nobody making a move here from SpotUp just yet. A site still covered. Paranoia going to go on out. Spike trending towards B. Not fully committed. SpotUp making the rotation now. Still mid. Not ready to full go in, but Bunny continues what he started last time around. Double kill for him so far. 3 players on the Spike team.
For you.
And just like that, Kai finds 2. Flawless victory.
Yeah, that was just a great timing push coming out from Bunny there to be able to catch out too. And he hasn't been afraid to make these plays as well. And so he's still playing to his own comfort currently now. And we're seeing after that, those huge economic losses, by the way, from the round beforehand, big frames, their economy is absolutely in tatters here, as they will be able to at least pistol up. We got a couple sheriffs along with the ghost in one hand, but now it's big firepower on the other side. Tem, with that sniper rifle to work with.
Mid-peak with the classic. That's that's something. Turn up too easy. Trying to take it all the way to Flavor Town. Nerfed and the Sage going to deal with the wall up front. I don't think SpotUp realizes that Nerfed is in this angle. So he might be able to get a 1-tap here. Tem, on the other hand. Long range. Probably mad at himself for missing that opportunity.
Smoke's down.
Bunny providing utility. SpotUp with a large presence, 2 players strong on the B site, but A site is where big frames are directed. One of their players is lurking in mid in case the rotation comes down. And here's the redirection. Half a minute to go. Big frames changing their mind completely. Going to look towards the B site. SpotUp kind of read it and will reinforce on that beta. 2 players coming from downside, 2 players coming from mid, 1 player dead. Big frame's going to take this, and this will be the offensive push. SpotUp gets 1, 2, 3, just like that, and it's the single player left. Raze walks in, gets the kill, but is quickly turned down. Win some, lose some. We're tied at 2.
Proper respect being shown there by SpotUp. They understand, you know, they're playing on the anti-eco round, and that's when big fast executes onto a site happen. And big frames were hoping for that. They were prodding just a little bit, and they tried to get a pick before they made a play. But again, SpotUp giving them the proper distance. They understand they had the weapons advantage, they had the range advantage, and they played towards it very well there. Gave nothing up for free ultimately in the end. And so again, building up on this economy, tying it up 2-2 as we head into round number 5.
Even. Very different from game number 1. Bad shot there from the breach. Why do you think the swap here for temp onto the breach on bind? Is there something specific on bind that makes you want to play the wall man?
There are just so many ranges that you can hit people with your ultimate, and most of your abilities on this map. The lineups are fairly easy, and particularly shutting down A site is such an easy play. If there's a 5-man rush A, a good breach should be able to shut it down.
Sewers. 2 players killed on SpotUp. Nice trade out for the 2 from Tucker. 1 through the wall, both headshots. And so 40 seconds to go. The res comes out from turn up. Big frames. 3 players versus SpotUp's 3 players. That's going to be turned into 2 with the 3rd kill going the way of Tucker. Popped up, shot up, gets it blind. Raze on fire. Tucker just getting it done, man. One from up top. Nice little scoot and boot. Can't find the hide behind. And Tucker with the old-fashioned ace. Able to take down Winsome on the run. Beautiful stuff.
Now,
pistol save from big frames this time around.
Yeah, SpotUp though. We saw what they did on the last anti-eco round for themselves, and I think they're going to play very similarly here. Just go ahead and give the proper respect to what an eco round can do. Challenge maybe a little bit more at mid, but that's about it. At this point though, Tucker, they're going to do that same thing where they wall off and get a paint shell ready just in case there is a mid rush.
Bombot's going to show up, and yeah, there's the wall. That really shuts down the rush very, very hard.
This is an odd split push, though, for an eco round for big frames. They've got 2 poking and prodding over at the A site with 3 over at mid. Not able to get much just yet, but got the sheriffs. All it takes is 1 shot.
Oh, when he misses, too. That said, the teammate doesn't. Nice job there from Randy, the bottom fragger in game number 1. You give me a corpse, he says, and gets the information. 1 player playing D. Good shots from high to low. The snap pick is good. And Tem looking strong here. Uses the ability to fall on back, 1 away from the ultimate. Still has the flash available. I'm gonna figure out where to go as Winsome slowly approaches from the other side, misses everything, tries to come in with the ult, misses that as well, and dies. Oh, no. I felt that in my soul. I love our team here. Every once in a while, production has to be like, what was that?
Wow, that round almost got away though.
Yeah.
From SpotUp at the end there in the 3v1, by the way. So yeah, you can't rest on your laurels, and this is why you have to respect the eco rounds.
Gotta be aware. Losing 4 into a team with all pistols? I mean, that's... is there a way that you can soften that blow, Jamerson? Does that somehow feel okay somewhere?
I don't know if it ever goes away, that pain. It just kind of sticks with you.
Pain.
That goes there.
Pain. Nice shot there. The aggressive angle from Tem. And that's something that we saw them do last match as well. Charge through garage. Fall back right here. Charge up the long sight. Fall back. And now big frames. 3 players looking for a plant onto the B side.
They haven't figured out where the camera is.
Where is it?
It was just a really high up position over here on the B side, and it was very good that he didn't let them know that he saw them over there at B main. So
yeah, sometimes you can get lured into a trap of your own design by having an itchy trigger finger on that recon dart, so to speak. So the patience there, I think, showed up.
So yeah, that operator going to go back into the hands of Tem here. So it's been a rough half for big frames. They just haven't been able to get much going at all beyond those pistol rounds. Now, SpotUp really getting a good bang, a good economy going here halfway through this.
Smoke's down.
It's clear. Curious. That wasn't ideal. Jumped onto the site very quickly.
Smoke's down.
A lot of players still on the A side with a D, not a T. Haven't pushed onto the site just yet. But there's 3-4 players with big frames. 3 players pushed up onto the right. 2 players up on mid. Can't decide. Rather, can't break in. I think they have decided. 55 on the clock here. Probably only one shot, and with the spike down, only one choice. 4 players killed, only one alive. Scratch that. Another flawless for SpotUp. 6-2, 8-2, 6-2.
Yeah, that's massive. We were talking about that economy. This is really the runaway zone for them at this point. As big frames, looks like, yeah, they should be able to get a full buy off this, but these rifle rounds, they haven't been even. The closest we get are on some of these eco rounds for them.
Yeah.
So that's a very troubling sign.
I mean, that's interesting. Why is that? You think big frames are maybe double guessing themselves, second guessing themselves when they have the artillery? When you're just coming out with pistols, you just run and gun, and oops, we did it. Is it a confidence thing here?
I don't think it's a confidence thing. They're still making the plays. I think that they would. There might just be. I think it might be a tempo thing. You know, they don't have these really fast executes onto sites, and SpotUp have been able to play the angles and have been winning those duels generally without much issue. So it might be time for a very high tempo execute onto a site. But again, this is split where you kind of need to take a little bit of your time over at mid to get something going.
Nice shot there will give SpotUp their first bad look of the game, it seems like. That said, they're able to even things up relatively smoothly. 2 players alive, big frames on the offensive, 3 players up. And the spike down here over at B. So again, big frames with what could be their 3rd win of the match. 6-2 currently. SpotUp in charge, but not in this round. Shots from behind. Not dead just yet. Randy Savage has a good angle. Doesn't need it. Turn up. Takes 2. 9 in. Big Frames grab their third.
And I want to say that round came down to a lot of just finally winning individual duels and the challenge over at the A site. I think this might be an opportunity for Big Frames to try and make a big push onto A. Actually, no, scratch that. Breach has his ult. That's not going to work.
Breach can. This is what you were talking about.
Right
Yeah,
here.
Breach just shuts down this push, right? If you try to go for like a 5-man push onto A from that same angle. So yeah, this is actually a proper play coming up from Big Frames, playing a little bit more default here at this point in time. If they can force out the Breach ult, then another round they will have that opportunity, but definitely not this one.
There's the 2 push-up mid. Location revealed thanks to the trip wire.
Smoke's down.
Such a frustrating ability to walk into. What do you do there? Okay, you know we're here.
Yeah, clear it and then come up with another plan.
Yeah, it's so frustrating. Cypher. Everybody looks at Sage. Cypher's the must-have. I ain't seen a single composition without a Cypher. Walking up the ramp. Everything coming up Millhouse for Big Frames this time around until the spike goes down. Nice trade. One out for another. Spot up. I believe there's one player alive. The Sage player, the lone defender here. Spike's gonna go down. Sage and Breach. 2 players up versus Big Frames' 4. Jamerson, save or not?
They don't have to. Their economy is good. I think staying together and just trying to play for exit would be much better. This is kind of awkward for them to run all the way back towards B and over to the attacker's spawn. I kind of wanted to see them maybe play a little bit more on mid to try to get the exits, go over to like sewers and play for that for the exit frags, because Big Frames are the ones that don't have much of an economy behind them. They do have a lineup.
Big Frame's gonna grab number 4.
Yeah, but Big Frame's also understanding that they can't lose anything, so they just run barely out of range of that bomb.
Setting up here. Big Frames leaning towards A. Now they're going to rotate back towards mid. And all right. So spread out one more time. Just going to be playing default. Mid push again. One player waiting and it doesn't matter. Oh no. Tem comes up positive with that shot. And now Big Frames had their moment, but it could just be a flash in the pan. 2 go down. Big Frames, though, going to check me on that one. Doing a great job after the fact. 3 players up for SU and 3 players up. Big Frames. Good job from Winsome to get the angle up here. Spike down, walled off as the back line. And so players can only come through garage or the top side. And the top side will be where Kai walks up from. Gonna res up Tucker as well. Fires from the right side, and Kai knows where that's at. Tem shows up, takes one out with the pistol. Here's the ultimate coming out from Breach. They're trying to push in real hard. Raise up. Can't find it. The corner is good. Big Frames, though. Answers back too easy. Takes down Kai. And it's a 1-on-1. Turn up here. Looks to the right, won't find it. Looks to the left, gets it in the head. And just like that, Big Frames are 1 away from the tie.
So SpotUp thought they had like this great read over at A, where they end up, of course, going for that initial peak, right, with Tem. Big Frames had been playing the Cypher there maybe 3 rounds in a row by himself, and they noticed that, and they do of course capitalize off of it. But Big Frames, like I said, they needed to play a little bit more quick tempo, and so once they recognized that there were 2, maybe 3 players over there, over on A, they had the opportunity and full control over mid, and that's why they were able to just push for free onto the B site. CP2 starts it off, taking out Tem.
Not a bad look at all. Big Frames here, ready to go. 4v4. They've Got to be used to this at this point.
Got the
I
spike.
feel like most of Big Frames' rounds have been 4 versus 4. Kai's going to get one through the wall in the head. Knowing those spots, baby.
I know exactly.
Knowing those spots.
Yeah, CP2 finding a second one here, and Big Frames really changing up the momentum. And they still do have to get the spike down and go ahead and put it down over here on the A site. This is a different spike plant. I've never actually seen anyone plant back way far back like that.
And that different is all I want. When it comes to these tack shooters, I think we saw this in our first best of 3, but just give me different. I spent a lot of time talking about odd angle, right? You're going to look where you expect to look, and in these frenetic 2-minute maximum rounds, every second counts, especially with the time to kill. So, you know, if the spike is planted in a weird spot, that's a good thing. Nice job here. The downside, of course, is how well can you defend it? CP2, baby.
Yeah, that's weird. Like, you know, that's a weird plan for A ramp, and he was able to really capitalize off of that. The 2 last defenders there, really just slowing him down enough for him to just go for that sneaky peek. And so Big Frames just before the half tied up 6-6 as we swap sides. We'll see. This is definitely been cracked wide open, and Big Frames now have the opportunity to win this.
Right there.
Big Frames have been looking better on these pistols, like we said. And you mentioned maybe it's a tempo thing. So now that Big Frames are playing on the defensive, I find that they're not in the best position to dictate the tempo. So what do you do here? Big Frames has found their wins off of when they're able to set the pace of the game. How do you find the wins here? Where SpotUp is clearly looking to do the same. They're going to do a 30-second hold.
Yeah, Winsome might be able to just shut this down with his paint shells. It's hard to sell a fake on a pistol round.
Yeah, exactly.
And so this is probably not the fake, right? So he's not going to read that gamble. There it is. Winsome. Big damage with the paint shells.
Nerf's going to come in as well, show up with the shot after the fact, and SpotUp gets shot up. 3 players up still. Smoke's good. Big Frame's trying to shoot on through it. Winsome looked good beforehand, but is low on HP. 80% of it gone. Oh, sees the teammate.
There.
Sage was like, hello? Oh, nope, you're good. Oh, that's exactly what I heard. Oh. Oh, man, I'll be here all week, folks. Big Frames. Very strong. And SpotUp, not quite. 7-6. Big Frames trying to get us to that Game 3 bonus Valorant. Hell yeah.
Just a nice hold coming out from Big Frames there. Of course, like I said, usually you don't fake on a pistol round, right? That money that you invest into your abilities, you got to make sure it gets something. And it's hard to fake here on split. And so with that, Winsome with a great read. This time around, he's going to be playing mid, like we do see Sages and Razes doing so here in this map so far.
Big damage up mid. Very repetitive is this map. It's just difficult to find a rhythm anywhere outside of this just mid hallway.
Yeah, the fight for it is very important. Randy Savage already find that first kill onto Figment though, and this mid push just really getting halted.
Spike dropped. SpotUp 3 strong versus Big Frames is identical situation. Ghost gonna be picked up. Oh no, just kidding. Slow rotate underground. And Big Frames are spread out more than SpotUp for sure. That's just offense versus defense. A site gonna be the choice? Yes. But it will be the full all around 32 on the clock. A backwards entry from A site.
I've never seen this.
Okay. Nice stuff. I love it. I love it. Get creative, folks.
See ya.
Big Frames has no idea. They're like, where are they? And the spike goes down. Nerfed! Nerfed, what are you watching? Nerfed, are you supposed to watch that?
Yeah. He has ultimately redeemed himself, though.
Yep.
So they get that down. I have never seen that.
First time for everything.
So weird, yeah.
First time for everything. 8-6. SpotUp, how's their economy looking right now? Big money. Okay, so they're going to be able to buy into this one. But they have to win this one. Look at that. Hundreds of dollars left over for SpotUp.
Yes.
They really got to be finding this. Tucker, I guess, deciding. All right, there it is.
This goes here.
SpotUp's a Phantom team, huh?
Yes, this should do.
Yeah, there has been a lot of Phantoms, but this is also one of those maps where you can fairly regularly play within the Phantom range, being that full headshot, one-shot range. Especially like playing over here, like mid. Ooh, CP2 finds one.
Enemy down.
Connector. Bunny is going to be able to pick one up here.
Flash out.
Tim with the blind. And Bunny just trying to maintain control of mid. Big Frames have done a great job of stopping this mid push without really investing too much. The odd smoke. They lose one, but they get a trade. 4-on-4.
My camera is busy.
Okay, full-on push coming out from B. This could go very bad very quickly for them. Cyber Cage goes up. They're slowed down. They do find one on the entry.
Nobody in the backside, so not going to be surprised there. Orbital Strike comes out. Good call from Brimstone. I feel like that's just a checkbox. It's not difficult to pull off. You have to, you just bide your time. Good stuff. Molly out on the backside. Spike planted normally. It's the only spot you can plant it. And CP2 coming around slowly, gets one. Not going to be fast enough there. Good job from SpotUp. Kind of sticking together. Almost got collatted, but, almost.
Very close, yeah. If he had gotten the collat, then there's an opportunity there. But
Right.
I appreciate the ambitiousness with that op. Right now, though, there we go. That was the kind of... That could be the shift of momentum for SpotUp that they would really need here in this half. As we do have... Looks like it's going to be a cheeky peek coming out from Big Frames here over at B main.
Could be tough. Turn up, gonna miss. Randy won't. And Big Frames again, feeling good. SpotUp, real spread out. One player with Spike in mid. That's dangerous. Full stop. But that's what they're gonna do. It looks like players are gonna bolster that mid push. Bunny leading the charge, getting the kills as well. Two players by his side. One of them the stage, heals him up to full after the trade. Players coalescing in mid here. Big Frame still spread on out. And here's a flash. Spike Carrier goes down. Big Frames on the good side of this one. Kai walking on in. Jumping on down. No problem here. And this site wide open. Wide open. Figment gonna peek around, but this looks like an open site. And the spike down. They gotta defend.
Yeah, I like the commitment to the push onto B side here. Even though they ended up losing one, they didn't chase after win some on the opposite end. Now, though, they do have, of course, a man advantage just trading away until that all happens. Now it's all just down to one.
And then it was down to none. Attackers take this one. 8-8.
Like I said, it was the commitment. onto that push. Right, Winsome pushed up through rope room, got the frag, and as soon as they fell back to ropes, they didn't chase after it. They didn't get hungry for that kill. The plan was, of course, to get onto the B side, and that's exactly what they did afterwards, not getting slowed down by him. So very fast and heavy coming up from SpotUp to tie up this map.
8-8. When I was a kid, I was really good at 8x8 because it's 64, and it made me think of Nintendo 64. My brain is poison. Big Frames trying to burst onto the scene over at B site. And there's going to be a little bit of trouble. Big damage onto Tucker, but the heal is going to be strong. Mid lane one more time will be the reassessment, as the B push won't come out the way they wanted to. Bunny gets rezzed by Kai, and a full 5-on-5 one more time. Less than a minute remaining. Cool frog statue. Like frogs. Water and land. Amphibians. Spike still pushing up mid. Bunny on the right side. He has sat here virtually every round. Gets a pick or two. And then what happens after depends on the team. Orbital Strike going to clear out the connector, and here comes the flank from the rocket launcher. 3 dead on red team. 4, and only 1 player up. It's Sage. She gets the kill. Kai looks good. Kai versus 1, and Kai says why. Big Frames takes this round, and they're leading 9-8.
Yeah, I didn't get to exactly see the placement on that orbital strike. It looked a little off. I'm not entirely too sure where it went down, but yeah, good effort though coming out from SpotUp. But again, they left themselves with very little room for error on that push. Like you mentioned, it was down to about 45 seconds before they started that execute, and again, there's no room for error whatsoever. Good trades coming out from Big Frames there though. Take back the lead now, 9-8. Cheeky peek over here at Long A. Nothing coming of it though for CP2. Actually, it's his demise.
Woof. SpotUp in a better spot than they were last time. Jockeying back and forth for position on this best of 3. Winsome going to answer. And so a 4 on 4. A site, the push. Spike going to be coming all the way around. So maybe not. So much back and forth play in this game, in all honesty.
The weird thing is the response coming out right now from Big Frames. But because SpotUp are taking so long on this regroup, they are able to respond. And it looks like it may very well be another B execute.
Could be. Big Frame's going to rotate as well. Ooh, that's a little ugly. Bunny hopping on through. Go down. We're on the site. And so a full rotation the other way. Breach's nonsense going to be dodged out here. And the Spike fake plant. And the Spike real plant. Big Frames have to fight into this. I think we're going to be tied at 9.
Yeah, this is going to be a hard retake, especially they're already a man down. But there we go. Tucker, quick peek. Randy Savage going down, and that's going to be, yep, you got to go save. Big Frames backing instantly off after losing that man.
Yeah, leave me alone. Just run all the way there. Turn up to easy. Gonna save up on the Phantom for sure. When was the last time you saw somebody buy a Stinger? Where is that a useful item?
I mean, Stinger's still good.
It's 1,000 credits, so I mean that's the best feature it has, right?
The rate of fire is decent on it, and of course, like after that pistol round, generally that's more or less when you see it. So second round and third rounds of every half is about the only opportunity where we get to see the Stinger come out.
9-9. Pop. How is that through the wall? Nice shot nonetheless. B push again, deterred. It seems like SpotUp tries that B push every time, and they get punished either heavily like that or slightly, and they're like, all right, never mind. Like every time they just like, can we? Okay, our bad. And then they walk back towards mid. I like that they give it a shot every time though.
Yeah, you got to keep them honest, keep them guessing on how you approach this at this point. Right now, they're going to go ahead and push through B main, though, as they might have forced out some rotations over there. Wall off from turn up, so he can just concentrate on this angle, and he hits the shot. Tucker goes down.
Nice job so far from Big Frames, trying to keep this one a little bit tight. Thrifty on the eco, baby. 10-9. And one more time, we trade. Incredible to think that SpotUp went on a, what is that, 6-round streak in the early game and then gave up a 6-round streak. Of course, there was a half in between that for Big Frames, for the half and then the pistol and then one. But first 2, then 6, and now back forth. Interesting kind of layout here as we're jumping back on into mid. Big Frame still spread out on the map. Again, concentration up the middle lane. Only real spot you're going to see here on split. Slow orb going to be placed. And the wall. B site, Tucker still sniffing, but the bomb bot will keep him at bay.
Cage triggered.
Sometimes we see players walk away from the owl drone. I wish we would see the same thing from this team with respect to the bomb bot. Just hide.
Yeah. One of the issues with it is sometimes you will eventually be on the path of it, right?
For sure.
And so you do have to respond at times. More often, what am I trying to say here? Not as often as people think, right? So
Right.
there are a lot more opportunities to walk away from it than people actually do it. But you just have to give it the respect, though, because it can do damage. The owl drone doesn't do damage. It's just purely information.
Well, here's a little bit of a blind around the mulberry bush, and Big Frames are looking better here. Just beautiful cut down. And the defenders are able to take this one 11 points to 9. Big Frames 2 away from extending this contest. And they've got 2 in a row. Economy across the way. In shambles would be putting it harshly, but they are certainly not going to be able to buy what they want. Ooh, a thought of the sniper, opted instead for the sheriff. Man. I think we're guaranteed a map 3, to be honest with you. This is just a lockdown from Big Frames.
Yeah. Just luckily for SpotUp here, as they try to go for a 4-stack push on to the A site. They're not facing down the barrel of that operator in the hands of CP2, but a nice slow orb here, as it's going to be difficult for Nerf to try and wide peek this angle, but they do have the utility. They have the guns to work with. So here comes the boom bot. It gets cleared. They know they're on A ramp. Nerf has dropped down to 21 HP.
So better look for SpotUp than I kind of expected. Of course, Sage does have the res for Big Frames, so it might be much ado about nothing. There it is. Winsom's up. Ain't no thing. Winsom's down. It is a thing. Bunny's so funny. 22 HPs for the Brimstone player.
Yeah, Bunny was just waiting for that res.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like Winsome might have been AFK. He should have been able to get out of that. I'm
not expecting the res. Oh my God, I'm going to get my pizza. All right. Easy peasy for CP2. 4-on-4 here. One up high. And turn up, see will grab it. One down below on the left, one down below on the right. Can't find either of them. Orbital strike will separate and the spike will go down. One in hell. And Nerfed is there. One beyond that wall. Can't find the heads. Fakes diffuse. I found the word. And Big Frame still looking good. The diffuse will be strong. Big Frame's one away. SpotUp with 9.
Yeah, I mean, unlikely that Nerfed needs that extra ultimate charge from the defusal of the plant there, of the spike. But of course, you know, just still making sure your fundamentals are correct here. Big Frame's looking to send this to map number 3, but we do have a good buy coming out this round for SpotUp.
Good rifles here for SpotUp, and like you said, this could be their opportunity. Playing it differently, it's not really an option. Welcome to Split. Big Frames here. CP2 with the long range is probably the best option they have, but still been an issue for him. He has not been as successful here as he has been elsewhere. But his team has picked up the slack, if they're, you know, to say slack. No disrespect intended. SpotUp, though, leaving the spike at home, trying to sniff out something. Big Frames playing very disciplined.
Yeah, they don't want to give up anything for free here. They're on the verge, sending it to a map number 3. They do have respect for the gunplay of SpotUp. Oh, they're just trying to delay them, slow them down. The res comes out for SpotUp, bringing this back up to a 5v5.
Shadows traveling.
Long range, good angle. Over here in screens. Not exactly where anybody wants to be at. Jumped up top, rocket shot, and it's a trade out. Tucker wins some. Winsome goes down after the fact. 4 players alive for SpotUp. Trying to plant. Nerf shows up. Another trade. 3 players on SU. And only 1 remaining for Big Frames. SpotUp trying to keep themselves alive here in game 2. Smoked out of heaven. Turn up too easy. Do you save here? Or do you have enough money to play aggressively?
I think you do need a save. I mean,
yeah.
The chance of winning a 1v3 is quite low. Going for the exit frag, I'm not against. But trying to go for the heroic plays, ooh, it's gonna be tough. It does go down.
Big Frames. What was different there that allowed SpotUp to really find that win? Because Big Frames has looked dominant. Like I said, 3 rounds in a row. 4, it was 1, and then they dropped it. That round that they had lost prior to this one, Big Frames, was kind of nonsense. And so 4 with an oopsie daisies is kind of how I'm looking at this. So what's different? Well, what did SpotUp do there?
I'm honestly not sure exactly what happened there. Sometimes it just does come down to being able to win that challenge here. So now we do have a little bit of a different hold. 3 over on B, 4 Big Frames that are worried about that mid push.
Smoked out still. CP2 puts the smoke here every single round. Look at Tucker. Wow, not good enough. Oh no. Couple of players coming here through the flank. Tucker should have told the teammates that, but this should be a run towards the other site now. And it will be. SpotUp has the info, and they're going to book it towards A. That said, Big Frame's going to be able to rotate just as fast as them. CP2 locked here in between. And what looked like SpotUp rush to the site is now going to be a SpotUp rush to rotate. The spike player going to be caught out here by Randy Savage. Kill goes his way just once. And now it's 2 players versus 4. Turn up too easy down here Likely going to get at least one. Win some. Waiting. Not good enough. Tam. Beautiful crosshair location. And now going to come around. Look. No, the back to the wall. Cypher's alive. Turn up too easy. With that kill, has info.
No charges left.
Prepare for hellfire.
And that is it.
That's enough time. Big Frame's going to take this one. Game 3, baby. Game 3, baby.
Second one of the day.
Love to see that turnaround. SpotUp was playing so well in the first game. And then game 2 kind of lost it. Kind of had it. And then Big Frames comes through. And they're able to just turn things around. CP2, I mentioned, was the top frag on game 1. And I mentioned this before. CP2 and Winsome are the guys that I look at when it comes to this squad for Big Frames. These guys are the consistent performers, but they have teammates that can also turn up should need be. CP2 did his job, but didn't really turn up, so to speak. And Winsome, on the other hand, 14 and 21. I mean, both divisors of 7, but not really lucky for him. So Nerfed had to step up here, 25 and 12. 3 assists as well. So I really liked how Big Frames kind of stepped up around their teammate. Big Buddy tried to do the carry, but couldn't finish the job.
Yeah, just a lot of duels that they weren't able to win out. I appreciated the approach that they had. I feel like, you know, there might have been opportunities for them to play a little bit more towards A instead of investing as heavily as they did onto mid.
Big investment there and big investment into our fantastic fight night. You got to shout out Juked for that and shout out Giant Slayer as well. We're here every Monday for Collegiate, Tuesday for the big boy games. YouTube presence as well. Twitter. I think that's about it. But that's about it for game number 2. We've got the tiebreaker on the way. We'll be right back after this.
Sidearms provide players with the most weapon diversity in Valorant. With the weapon for all occasions, players will want to familiarize themselves with all of the choices. Today we'll be taking a look at the Shorty and the Frenzy. We'll tell you how they match up to each other, how to use them, and even when to buy them. With completely different firing methods, bullet spreads, magazine sizes, and damage output, both the Shorty and the Frenzy are in a class of their own when looking at available sidearms. The Shorty is a semi-automatic sawed-off shotgun with a large and unpredictable bullet spread, even when compared to its big brothers, the Bucky and Judge. The Frenzy, however, is a fully automatic machine pistol that follows similar patterns to SMGs and rifles, with its recoil climbing before leveling out, but this little guy works best in short 3 to 4 round bursts. Spraying an entire clip from the Frenzy may look cool, but you probably won't be rewarded for it. Like all of the other sidearms, neither of these weapons offer any kind of ADS or alternate firing method. What you see is what you get. Both weapons have varied magazine sizes. The Shorty has the smallest bullet count in the game with 12, with only 2 shells available at a time. The Frenzy is a bit more forgiving in the magazine department, having 13 in each clip for a total of 52. When comparing their rates of fire, the Shorty is one of the slower firing weapons in the game, having a fire rate of 3.3 shells per second. It's important to note that the Shorty produces 15 pellets when fired. Naturally, as the Frenzy is fully automatic, it's going to boast a significantly higher fire rate at 10 rounds per second, a pinch faster than rifles, but still lagging behind SMGs. These weapons also have wildly different damage outputs and effective ranges as well. The Shorty works best within 10 meters, and each pellet will deal 36 damage to the head, 12 to the body, and 10 to the legs. This little shotgun packs quite the punch and can one-shot anyone who gets too close. While its close range power isn't as potent as the Shorty, the Frenzy can be used a bit further away with an effective range of 20 meters. Dealing 78 damage to the head, this machine pistol can easily two-shot even a fully armored opponent. Unfortunately, with its 26 body and 22 leg damage, it's going to take at least a half a dozen shots to drop enemies with full armor. Be careful when trying to use these weapons out of their effective ranges, especially the shorty. You'll notice very quickly how hard its damage drops off, not simply because each pellet does less damage, but because of how sporadic the spread becomes. Stick to close quarters. The Frenzy is a tad more forgiving in the ranges it can operate in. Its damage drop off beyond its golden zone of 20 meters isn't as harsh and can still secure kills, although it will require a bit more control when firing at these ranges. By now, we know these guns inside and out. But when should we expect to see them? The Shorty and Frenzy will run you 200 and 400 credits respectively, so there's no high economic commitment to pick them up. This makes them very valuable in both pistol and eco rounds. If your team is looking to play aggressive while spending as little money as possible, pick yourselves up either one of these sidearms. Once you get close enough, the Shorty will instantly kill even the most geared threats. And while the Frenzy doesn't have the precision of the Sheriff, Classic, or Ghost, it does have a much higher rate of fire, which will let you pump out as much damage as you can in the shortest amount of time. While your standard pistols are the more common choices for eco and pistol rounds, players should not make the mistake of overlooking these two weapons. Players who want to have the most success will need to familiarize themselves with all of the sidearms in Valorant. Whether you're looking for the one-shot kill power from the Shorty, or you're looking to spray your enemies down with a hail of bullets, there's a little something for everyone with these two guns. They may be small, but they're definitely mighty.
Today we'll be going over the defender side of Ascent by showing you the routes to the two sites, the basic callouts, the common spike plant locations, and the agents best suited for defending them. Let's get it. A site has way more open space than B site, which allows you to play from further angles. Defenders will want to be familiar with the entryways into A site that attackers will surely fight for. These spots are A lobby, A main, mid cubby, and A link. Now let's take a deeper look into the A site. Starting out of defender side spawn, you'll be given three options. 1, you can head left towards A site. 2, go straight towards mid. Or 3, move to the right, which will take you to B site. Since we're starting with A site, let's head left. You'll immediately be given two paths that will lead you into A site, A stairs, and A garden. Heading up A stairs will lead you both to A rafters and A window. Defending from A window gives you a higher angle on attackers that may push through A link and A garden. Take notice out of the window here. It's breakable and will always absorb the first shot. Going back to A rafters will give you a higher angle of A.
Welcome to Fight Night. I'm fdot.
I'm Jamerson.
Hey.
Yeah.
What's up, friends? You ready, Jamerson?
Yeah, definitely. Another map number 3. And at this point, it's hard to tell. It's been really back and forth this entire series between both teams. You know, really strong looks on the maps that they won, but ended up here on map number 3. It makes it that much more difficult to try and call.
As long as it's not split. I just, and I saw some chat, and I saw some conversation in the chat a little bit here. I think split is unfun to watch. I think that split is too one-dimensional. And sometimes when we see this, it's just the gameplay. But I think that these teams are smart enough to try and figure things out. You just have to walk up mid on split. And so I'm very happy to be moving elsewhere.
Yeah, split definitely has arguably the hardest choke points on every single lane. Right, on A main, on B main, and through mid. So it becomes very difficult for attackers. And despite what Riot have tried to do with mid, opening it up a little bit more, it's still very choky there and very hard to push out. So attackers having a lot of trouble in that regard.
You ever see Matilda?
Yes.
The choky.
Oh, my mind always whenever I think of Matilda, it goes instantly to the giant chocolate cake.
Okay.
Yeah, Miss Turnbuckle. No.
Yeah.
Trundle. Is it Trundle? Turnbuckle?
No, Trundle is a League of Legends character.
Not mutually exclusive. But
do you think the League of Legends character was inspired by Matilda?
quite possibly. It's, you know, Roald Dahl. He. I
would like to see James
inspired an entire
Giant
generation.
I want James and the Giant Peach in Runeterra. That's what I want. How about that?
Okay. I'd be down.
By the way, Giant Slayer, the family here at Giant Slayer, we've got a team fight tactics kind of channel. Shout out to the boys over there. I believe it's Frodin and Chanman. And Runeterra, also something that Giant Slayer kind of sniffing around. So get out your Yordle deck. I've got a Yordle deck. Does that surprise you? Shut up, Jamerson.
No.
Just shut up, Jamerson. Just
not at all.
Just shut
Does
up.
not surprise me.
Our third map here on Fight Night between the newcomers versus the oldcomers. What is it? Big Frames taking on SU. We're going to be seeing Ascent. Love to see it. Viva Italia. Buongiorno.
I love Ascent. It's probably the most dynamic map that we've had so far. Even though, you know, Haven, a lot of people would argue, is fairly dynamic. The way mid is played, how it is open for either side to equally contest and try to control, creates for very strong dynamic and contrast in terms of play styles coming out from teams. And so I have been liking every single time we go to Ascent.
Really, it's definitely a lot of fun. B-side can seem one-dimensional, but as we play more and more, it's very important to pay attention to as we walk into this alleyway market, there's a window on the other side that you can make a lot of use of pushing utility through that window, most notably looking at you, Sova. So I hope we see CP2 on the Sova again, and this area right here. So this is what I was talking about. In that corner where there's that pipe. Sorry, friends. I got to ask you guys to do more work. There is now a stack of barrels and boxes. So you can get a secondary angle when you're sniffing out that alleyway, which is really, really cool.
It's going to be SpotUp, starting off on the offensive end here. And so their pistol rounds have been really good, and so we'll see if they can get this one, really try and win the momentum back from Big Frames. Even though we're on a different map, you know, a loss like that on Split might slow you down into this here. Terms of changes in composition, nothing really, except the breach has been given up by, I believe it was SpotUp that was running the breach.
Yes. SpotUp did have the breach, and they're going to go into the Sova instead. Like I said, this is a map where you can really get stuff going for Sova. There's that group of nonsense that you can find that secondary high angle off of. So it is something to be paying attention to for sure. That'll be one of the big changes that came out today, by the way. Today. Is this going to be the day? No, SpotUp refuses to give it back to you. Randy Savage going to sit down there. 4 players still ready to push against 4 players ready to defend. Nice job. Spike planted as that catch out in mid. So Big Frames looking for the retake here. Nerfed waiting for the teammates, putting down some smokes on the left-hand side. CP2, again, this Sova arrow so importante. 3 players, knowing where they are through the smokes. Figment gonna take down, turn up. One in the corner, spotted. 2 players on site. Gotta deal with it. Attackers win.
That was one of the best utilizations of the camera there. He gets that first bolt onto the stage, takes him out, goes right back into it because the camera's not cleared, and he spots out the second player there. Very nice hold, especially in a 3v4 retake situation.
I am so refreshed moving away from Split. You know, when I first started this gig, just Valorant in general, I was like, hey, why does everybody hate Split? Because as a player, I really like, I always analyze and commentate at a higher level than I play. I get real smooth brain and just like shoot things. But as I like zoom out and do homework and commentate, it's so clearly one-dimensional. Ascent, there's so many different areas. Worth noting, it is the latest map to come out. This came out on launch as opposed to the other 3 that were in beta. So it's a little fresher, I suppose, and teams are a little less practiced, which also kind of is a little forgiving. Sometimes we see approaches that aren't necessarily great, but because there's a lack of experience, you can get away with it. So either way, I like Ascent, man.
Ascent definitely feels like a map where Riot took the internal tests and opinions about the other maps and really fleshed out a more balanced one here. Yeah. Definitely, you would imagine something like Split having a big impact on how wide this mid is. Ooh, nice push up there. So now they have the man advantage. Bomb should be going down into B once again.
Oh, there it is. Player dinked on the right, but players coming from the left and the right. What is that? Who's looking at CP2? Ain't nobody looking at CP2. Nerf's going to help out as well. And the all-out rush into the back room will go SpotUp's way. 2 players standing, 2 players pushing on in. Turn up and nerfed, baby. Defenders take it tied at 1.
I'm not entirely too sure what happened to Bunny there because he peeked back into that room.
He did. He did. Nobody was CP2 just like, I guess, camouflage, just chilling.
I'm not sure. That's a costly mistake. What should have been their round, definitely it became a free one for big frames.
Usually we see the 2-0. Now the 1-1. Both teams likely with the subs. We'll see how hungry they are. There's that use of the new angle. And we see right there how important that is. Tac shooter map design so different than other environmental design kind of jobs because of how fast the TTK is. One bullet can kill, and so the difference in crosshair placement is actually what you're looking at, and that's sort of like, oh man, when you're nice peak there, but it's an ultimate trade. Just to wrap that up, when you're changing things as small and minute as crosshair placement, they actually have a huge impact. Through the smoke goes nerfed, and big frames 3-3. SpotUp still trying to push into A site.
Yeah, nice hold there coming out from the brim as the backup from CP2 is there taking out Tem. And that's going to be the second round on the board. Big Frame surviving this anti-eco round. A little bit of damage done to them, though, as they did lose 2 during that. And so the opportunity to try and build up a bank and kind of slipping away from them. They do have to be careful here. But it's going to be the full rifle buys now coming out from SpotUp as we head into round number 4.
CP2 going to save. Okay. I thought CP2 was going to save up looking for the op next round because this is a map where we see ops, and ops are very, very important.
Okay.
Mid lane gets ran by snipers. So we'll see if that's going to be the case. Bombot for Bombot. A very calm, slow play this time around. SpotUp. I want to ask you a question while we have a slower round here. The door, not the one at A site, but the one at B site. Is there ever a reason, this one, is there ever a reason not to close this? Why would you want this open? Like, this angle is so poor.
Yeah, it's weird. I think most...
Just close it. Yeah.
Oh, this is an interesting lineup coming out from Kai. So it looks like it will be a full-on execute onto the B site.
Nice. Look. Oh, wow. Look at where that lands. Perfect setup. Tem walks in. It's going to be 2 for SpotUp. Nerfed answers before he goes down. So 3 players from big frames left to defend. 4 players strong are going to go for the plant. Why are you giggling?
Did you see with how much certainty they ended up clearing out backside at that point? They learned their lesson from that second round. They
like,
went in, clear.
You sure?
Oh, showstopper right in his face, but Tucker takes him out.
Oh, no. Attackers are going to be able to win here. Tied at 2. Just like game 1, the old back and forth. Sun's up, guns up. SpotUp going to be armed to the teeth. Big frames, thinking about a big save here, honestly. Okay, never mind. I thought it was going to be Winsome with the rifle and everybody else with pistols and just come in swinging next time around. But CP2 is going to go ahead with the op here. This is a wonderful location. Collats happen all the time. SpotUp have to be careful as they turn this corner. 1 pick for CP2, and he'll fall on back. Rez is strong, walks up, 1 through the wall, 2 through the wall, and there's at least 1 dead. CP2 kills him and then kills him again. Good job.
Yeah, the dieback never feels good as Tucker finds 1 onto Nerfed, and they do equalize it out here. Decent boost as Bunny chops up and takes 1 out now. So here comes the A-side push.
Trying. Player's gonna swing from the left-hand side, up high. Shock dart blind, spike planted. CP2 running. That hatchet's sick.
Yeah.
Are they gonna bring it back?
I wouldn't say why not. I mean, it's a free-to-play game, right? And so usually these skins do get rotated back in. I'm definitely disappointed. I missed my opportunity to buy it, and I would Riot, please.
Well, I was sitting there and I was like, no way I'm doing that. That's not that cool. And now that I can't buy it anymore, I'm like, yo. This one's just going to be a save, I suppose. You've got the op. Just chill. Feet up. Easy.
Yeah, this was a force up, right? Yep. Albeit a very strong one. But yeah, if they've got the operator, there's still an opportunity for them, especially if they can get some decent picks at mid. It looks like they're going to rotate this over to the A site. They have had some success peeking out from A main, and so it looks like they're going to go for it again.
CP2 gonna look for the opening frag here one more time. Worked out on the last site. This time around. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, man, the bomb bot kind of messed him up. He's got to fall on back. You ever watch BattleBots? Anyway, CP2 still has the op. Looking for the mid play. A little bit late to this angle. Oh, fire, 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 fire. No! Wow, I really hope my neighbor doesn't call that. That'd be so bad.
He did end up getting that kill. But to your first question, yes. Along with Robot Wars. And I have a few friends who compete or competed in BattleBots. Ooh, Randy Savage, nice spray down onto Kai.
Through the wall, too. Not bad. Another player. Not going to happen. Walled off to the right side. And now turn up too easy. Gonna turn their attention to the A site. 1 player left on B. Any information to make a change? Figment able to make that one happen. Winsome gets caught out up here, but takes 1 down. Here's the second player waiting, lying in wait. And all of a sudden, SpotUp, 2 players can't make their way in. Pushes up. Plant. Good. Players both up high. Tem. 1 left. 3 HP and a dream here, folks. I like that Winsome's traded the sniper for the AR.
Yeah, he's got to be careful of the person over at Dark. I don't know if he was spotted out, and there he is. He is revealed. Tries to go for that peek.
Insane. Underneath. Looking for it. Oh, wow, that counter angle. That was crazy from Tucker. That was, I mean, the way he moved with that was kind of nuts. Oh, well. That was a Phantom, by the way, right? That skin had me throw it a little bit.
Honestly, it's so difficult for me to tell from first-person perspective about any of the guns. The best way I do of like remembering is just like the placement of the crosshair, or yeah, not the crosshair, but the sight. Yeah,
yeah, that's why I was asking. The sight looked a little different on that skin.
Well, so the sights are all actually, yeah, it's difficult.
Nowhere to run.
Right now, though, it's big frames having difficulty on the defense here as Tem tries to open it up. With that Silva ultimate, it's Figment starting it all off. Winsome going down. And that's the A site. He's all the way up at heaven.
All the way up. Slow walk from B. Backside towards A. Winsome gets rest.
Headshot.
CP2 goes down. Big shots coming out from Figment. Big plays all day from Nerfed. One more left down there. Knows where he is. Doesn't matter. Nerfed with the third kill. And turn up takedown by Tem. 3 players up for big frames. And it's all up to Tem here. Nobody's on site. Such a scary spot. I guess you just hang on here. You don't really... Oh, LOL. Any idea? Any idea? Yes! Wow, that snap. That was absurd, that snap from Tem.
Yeah, Randy Savage does answer back, though, but the economic damage is the important part there. For SpotUp, again, they just want to slow the possible climb back from big frames, and that was an important one. Take a look at Winsome's money. After buying that heavy armor, he's left with 1,400. So that was actually a pretty good one for them, as now their bank account's getting drained very quickly.
Not a great look there at all. The Bulldoggy. Shock Dart going to go around the corner. Find someone. CP2 finds Tem a little bit easier. 5-on-4. Just like that. Still waiting. Winsome with the angle here. SpotUp think they're playing it cute by playing it real slow. But Winsome's patient and will stick in that spot. Bunny and Sage player rotating over here towards mid. Look for eyes. Nothing found. Instead, will opt for the catwalk. I love that little doggy, by the way. And the wall over it. There's going to be the explosion. Orbital strike and a slow orb. The double duty.
It's going to be very important for Figment to try and step up here. There we go. They're able to get through that slow orb. They get the plant down. They only lost one for it. So even though they're a man down, this is still a doable position, especially with some decent damage coming across from that Molotov.
Heals coming out from Turnup. Reloads. Everybody good. Bottom being spammed. Across the wall. Gotta wait up. Misses the shot. Winsome. 2 with the bomb. CP2 and Turnup all get involved. And SpotUp shot down. And the defuse should be good here. We're tied at 4.
And I guess this is kind of what we can expect, especially after the first 2 maps that we've had so far. Now it's SpotUp in a very, very tough position. With their economy broken, they are going to just force up into this. All right, so some light armor buys for 2. Figment, exactly what is he going to go for? He's got the heavy armor along with the Marshal. Like I said, this map, it can be very important how you play that mid, and you can take control with it, especially with any kind of sniper rifle. Let's see if he challenges for it.
Revealing area.
Shot over the wall here, and the information not gleaned. Couple of players out here in middle. Got to be aware. Spot up, eyes nowhere. Just kind of waiting for big frames to use their utility.
Right here.
Couple of players spotted out, or excuse me, just one spotted out by B. And this mid push working out well for spot up. They find themselves past the theoretical 50-yard line in enemy territory.
Enemy tag.
And the connector is going to be clear. Tam gets the information that he wants. The rest of the squad from spot up still in mid.
And this is an awkward position for Kai to be in. Kai, with one of the lightest buys on the squad, of course, should be leading the charge really for the great straightaway. But he's also on that Sage. But there we go. Great hold now as Randy Savage does pick up 2.
And CP2 still here. Oh, smart spot. Interesting choice. Winsome comes from the back end. And it's 5-4, big frames. Looking good. One op on each side. Kai versus CP2. These have been the op players that we've seen over and over and over again. This might be the first time that we get a true op battle here in mid. And I've got front row seats. Sign me up, baby. Let's go.
It's very scary, though, when your op player is your Sage. Because generally, you know, if you go for the trade and you lose that duel, then a Sage can bring you back, unless you're that Sage.
That's
so
fair.
It's very risky running it like that.
At the same time, Sages that self-boost with their own wall get on op angles. Oh, they lined up. CP2 saw it for a moment. It's going to have to settle for 1. And Bunny won't hop this round. 4 players left for spot up. 2 of them with the ult. Sage being one of them. So Bunny could return here if things go in that direction. CP2 wins the duel. Nice shot. Nice angle, too. Really unexpected, I think.
Again, because, well, he's the Sage. Can't come back from that one. As now a spot up in a very difficult spot. I'm going to try, and it looks like make at least a play for A. Don't know if they were able to recover the operator for them to try and go for a save, but I think they need to try to go for a win here.
It'll be tough. Nice shot there. Winsome gets the satchel charge kill. CP2 takes a long time to line that one up, allowing Tucker to get him from behind. 3-on-1. Raise will not rise. 6-4 after 10. Big frames. Lead by 2.
Two more rounds left in the half, and yeah, it's unfortunate for spot up, as looks like they could have a light buy, or yeah, light force into this. Got some light armors along with a sheriff, heavy armor on 1. What do they do here? They've just been getting shut down on a lot of their pushes at this point.
CP2 real aggressive with this op. Again, this has been kind of a go-to look for him, in all honesty. In all honesty. Ha! Misses, but Nerf doesn't. Spot up for strong. CP2 doesn't even need to get involved. Bunny lining one up. Or is he playing Duck Hunt? Can you hit the bird? Oh, with the slow orb. Fire and ice.
Triggered.
Well done.
Yeah, I'm surprised with a lineup like that it's not a very heavy execute onto the site. They're again taking their time, and they've been found out. They've been found out that they are going here. They're going to go ahead and commit even more as the smoke comes down. CP2 onto the site now.
Feet. Oh, CP2 with two himself. Randy and the teammate, flawless.
What a nice one-way.
Fun stuff. How did you set that up? Is that something you know how to set up yourself?
I do not. I'm not a Cypher player, so I don't know these. That was really nice.
I did a bunch of looking. It was funny. I was like, all right, here's the deal. Because I'm not particularly the mechanic guy. You know what I mean? I don't know all the smokes. I will just kind of watch other players do it, right? And so coming into Valorant, I was like, you know what? I'm going to change. I'm going to be the guy. I'm going to figure out all the Viper one-ways. I put in the work, and she's trash. Story of my life, dude. Story of my life. Now I only play Cypher and so.
Yeah, one of my friends, his first finished contract was on Viper, and he regretted every single hour of grinding that contract.
It's so upsetting. I mean, she's also, because she's so not my style, I was just kind of swallowing my pride, being like, shut up. Play style is a dirty word. Just play what's good. Viper's what all the tryhards do, and you get these cool one-way smokes. Learn them. And I did. And then I'm sitting here like sweating in the game, and I'm like, oh, dude, nobody plays Viper. And they're like, yeah. And I went, word.
Yeah. 3 weeks after launch, my friend Sam still regrets Viper. So, and he didn't have to even, touch that contract again. But he is, because, we're gamers. We're not smart.
Ain't that the truth? Win some and nerf be gaming. 3 down on SpotUp. Spike planted, big frames, lucky number 7, trying to turn that into the Ocho. Ha! Says Randy Savage. Give me a corpse. Finds the headshot underneath. And that's that. Do you also spam your... Shuck dart!
Oh, man. Down to 18 HP.
He's like, please, no! Look at him say no.
Mercy, please. But what a half. 4 big frames here as we swap sides. And, man, SpotUp. It's not able to do anything at all. Excuse me one moment.
Trying to turn this one in their favor. SpotUp here.
Well, this pistol round's going to be the crucial one.
We're on a little bit of a delay. And I'm just looking over at chat. I knew it when I said it. The one way, and I just started screaming it off feet.
Yeah.
We're gamers, and they're all weird.
My camera is destroyed.
Fight Night's so much fun. It's usually a rule for me not to look at chat while casting, but this is such a fun community event that I've really changed my mindset for this event particularly. We have a lot of fun here. This is we've been running this for like 2 months at this point. Pistol round abound, 4-on-4. Wow, big frames on catwalk. Looking like a bunch of models. Lem tries to turn it, won't. Love potion number 9 for big frames.
Yeah, we took a short break during that gap. The dark times between beta and launch.
Dark time.
Yeah, and I missed it, and I'm so glad that we were able to start right back up. We moved the days, and I think we moved it to a really good day where we're not starved out by every other tournament that goes on during the weekends. I love this slot for Mondays and Tuesdays that we found.
To hide.
Yeah, it's been a boatload of fun. Something you can always look forward to. At least I do. CP2 does. He's been here 2 weeks in a row. 3 weeks in total. Trying to keep on keeping on his big frames. 3 away from seeing us next week as well. Oh, big. Oh, no, that was such an opportunity. Tucker makes them all turn around. They all turn around. And Figment goes, you forgot about me. You'll cowards. Waiting. Welcome to Fortnite, I guess. Fortnite funny moments here.
I mean, Bunny's on the other side, but Winston came hopping in there. Oh my, Kai!
Unfortunate.
He just knifed his way through. Got that. Okay.
I think if I was SpotUp, I'd take a tactical timeout. Like, just chill. They're clearly like tilted's the wrong word. I don't think they're mad yelling at each other. I think they've lost 8 in a row and are losing it just straight up and down. You know what I mean?
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. 10-4 here as Big Frames are three rounds away from taking this best of 3.
Smoke's down. Spike drop.
In a good position to do so. This is the last buy round we'll see from SpotUp without a change, I think.
What an aggressive hold with an op of all things, playing it within 5 meters, essentially. Ooh.
CP2 is definitely earned his right to be this aggressive, I think, with it. Nerf coming around the back. Bring it around town. Winsome waiting. Steampunk skin engaged. Ooh, CP2. Too fast for Tem. Close the door. Spike down. See, this is that other spot. Nice job. Turn up. 1 player left. It's Figment. And you're imagining things if he's going to head towards B by himself. Is that dog? Is he pooping?
I'm pretty sure that was the tail.
Okay.
But I could see. Now I'm not sure anymore.
I've never seen that graffiti. There's another one of I do like that there's another doggy. When you're coming into green room, right? When you're trying to pass through tree room from cat, when you have to clear that right side angle, there's a cute doggy there. The important things, folks. Trouble for the SpotUp team with respect to their financial security. They will be able to, I said last round would be the last buy round for them. This is going to be about a half a buy round. As we have a couple of SMGs.
Yeah, they honestly just have to force here. This is probably their last real opportunity to try and keep this together. Because, you know, you don't want to be playing on match point for 8-9 rounds in a row. So if they can win this round, it's a small relief for them, even though they still have a real big upward struggle.
Oh, CP2 through the nonsense. That wasn't even a smoke. It was just like fire and flames, almost like a Rocket League demo. Just barely enough to not see through. And CP2 said, hey, no way, Jose. And goes ahead and takes it. Nerf walking up mid, 2 players to his left. They're not going to walk up too far, though.
You will not kill my allies.
All right. A side's the push. SpotUp. Trying to group up. 1 player still lagging behind over at B, just in case. Big frames, 5 players strong, pushing onto the site. 2 players up for SpotUp. One of them not even here just yet. Wall will go up. Kai will get above it with his own.
Oh.
Oh, no!
Now imagine at this point if a paint shell also landed in there.
Kai's got to go home and play some like Mario. Play some platformers, you know? Jump from ice block to ice block. That's not a great look.
With that win, Big Frames just is massive. I haven't really seen that many big comebacks in Valorant competitively. And so of course all signs point to Big Frames taking this here.
Here it is. Attackers win. Randy Le Sauvage. Nice job there. Bringing us to tournament point here. Spot up the newcomers. Looked real good. In the first best of 3, they lost game 1, and they spanked the opposition game 2. And then game 3, a nice even round back and forth. SpotUp were able to bring it, and that leads us to them versus Big Frames, who looked really strong last week. Big Frames are here. They stay on the table. They won. That said, game number 1 and 2 were both very long contests, almost all 25 rounds here. This, very different. 16 in the pocket, and Big Frames trying to bring it home right here. CP2 bringing it off of the kill of Cat. Let's go, baby.
Oh, he almost goes down to that Silva ult, but they're going to continue to be unrelenting on this pressure right now. Oh, over the wall, but it's not going to be enough. And the showstopper as well. He could have gone for it, but hey, they're going to equalize it out 3-3.
Right between the eyes.
Winsome needs to calm it down just a little bit. Adrenaline pumping. Thump, thump. And Big Mint. Usually I like figs and fruit, but we'll see how Fig and Mint combine here. 1 versus 3. Turn up on site. Randy Savage, a little bit off. 2 players. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! The judge will not judge! And nerfed or nothing. Big Frames takes this one in 3. That's that. We'll see him next week.
Yeah, so 2 in a row. And is that the first time we've had 2 in a row?
Yes.
Yeah.
Big Frames, they're starting to make a name for themselves. These are the big guys on campus so far. Nerfed comes through in the clutch again. Fantastic slash line. Over 20 kills. CP2 doing the same.
Yeah, and again, it is equal participation down the line. 12, 14, and 10 for Winsome, Randy, and Turn Up. But you have to say that a lot of this just came down to the control that CP2 offered with his dynamic kind of play with that operator, both on offense and on defense. And so very big contributing factor to this victory.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun kind of watching this back and forth because I'll be honest, I got nervous for Big Frames there. I really did. I thought, CP2 and Winsome and Nerf, these guys have turned up, but have not looked impervious to what the other team can do. And SpotUp came in here really hot. SpotUp came in here kind of slamming it down. And I mean, I shout out to them for turning up and doing their thing. But ultimately, it was the hometown heroes. Is Big Frames the local team? Are they the local team at this point? They've won twice, like you said.
It's a little bit difficult, especially when everything's been online, to have like your regional favorites here. But hey, the fact that, we were able to get a defending champion, able to keep their title for another week, it's a big one for them.
Plus, it's going to be repeated, what's it called? Practice, right? I always talk about when it comes to other games how important league play is. Event-based games are one thing. You look at Counter-Strike, you look at Dota, and you come in, you play a tournament, and then you go home, right? When you get the chance to play in a league or any sort of repeated type of competition like Fight Night, as much as laid back as this is, you're still getting opportunities to play on a big stage in front of people, and you know as well as I, scrims don't match this. Playing on the stage like this gives you practice you don't get otherwise.
Yeah, nerves. It gets to people, and getting this practice in actual competitive setting is super important. Now, this is still all online, but a lot of it can, of course, translate over as well to LAN play. But LAN jitters is something else, a whole nother beast entirely. But at least you're preparing for it now.
Got to agree there. Fun stuff here for big frames. One more time, shout outs to SpotUp. They really brought the noise earlier on. Looked like they just ran out of gas towards the end of it. A couple of players that were performing earlier on kind of dropped the ball, but this is a team that I think as long as they kind of scrim up, they should stay SpotUp, and I think we can see improvements. Would love to see them back here one more time, Jay.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely can't blame them if they ended up running out of gas. I mean, we've been at this for nearly 5 hours now, so it's understandable. Definitely understandable when you've played 6 maps in a row.
Yeah, the other side only had to sit there for 3 of them, and they are going to be back for 3 more next Tuesday. Once again, shout outs to all our friends. Juked, they aggregate all the esports, put it on one page so you can watch everything, us and your other friends. This happens every Tuesday. So if you've got a team, come sign up, see if you can beat the other newcomers, and then take yourself to CP2 and the boys, see if you can tackle them. Of course, on Monday, we also do the Collegiate League. If you've got an esports squad at your college, come sign up, play through. If you don't, and you go to college, just hit me up on Twitter. I'll try and make some magic happen. We'll see how it works out. That's going to be it for us, though, today. Don't forget, Monday and Tuesday, we're here every week. Jamerson, say your last words.
I'm hungry. But yeah, thank you all. And I think, short goodbye is goodbye. So that's going to do it for me.
Same. Peace.